Chapter 489. You have to agree to this even if you don't want to. There are still some clansmen in the ancestral land. They still need your protection. If we all die, the human race will have no hope. So, you have to survive. Although no one answered, Feng Zichen knew that they were going to refuse when he saw their expressions. But this time, for the sake of the human race, they couldn't refuse. In the primordial world, it was very difficult for a race without the protection of Daoist Jingxian to survive. Not to mention, it was the human race that offended the demon race. All right. Everyone had firm Dao hearts. Seeing that Feng Zichen had made it so clear, they didn't hesitate and directly nodded in agreement. At this moment, no one said anything stupid about fighting to the death with the demon race for Feng Zichen. It was important to know one's own limits. With their cultivation, they would probably be killed by the demon race as soon as they rushed out of the chaos formation. Only Feng Zichen could resist the demon race's attack for a moment and buy time for them to escape. We can leave, but this bear must die. After working so hard for so long, they would naturally be unwilling to leave without leaving anything for the demon race. Therefore, they decided to refine the Earth Bear King to death at all costs before they left. Even if the demon race was powerful, the death of a perfected quasi-saint was enough for them to feel the pain. All right. Refine this bear to death. After making a decision, everyone began to shrink the chaos formation to save energy. And this saved energy was used to refine the Earth Bear King. Not long after, this unlucky Bear King's aura declined to the extreme, and it would die at any time. 100 years passed in a hurry. Under the attack of the Chaos Bell, the power of the Chaos Bead and the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth continued to weaken. The Chaos Formation was also on the verge of collapse. Even the human Dao Imperial Court was in tatters and no longer as majestic as before. The human race was about to reach its end. Fortunately, the Earth Bear King was finally refined to death. The high-grade Khanate Cardinal Treasure, the 7 planets divine painting, was also born. The Chaos Formation was perfected again. It was because of this that the Chaos Formation was not completely broken. In the chaos beyond the heavens, the battle between the Ancestral Dragon and Donghuang Tai had come to an end. Although the Ancestral Dragon was strong, he was not here in person. Moreover, his current strength was obtained by burning his incarnation. It could not last long at all. The war lasted for 100 years. The Ancestral Dragon's power was almost depleted. Senior's strength is indeed powerful. If I wasn't restrained by my incarnation, the outcome of today's battle would still be uncertain. Tai's victory today was a little unfair. How I wish I could fight Senior's true body. Tai said regretfully as he watched the Ancestral Dragon's body gradually fade away. He had benefited a lot from the battle with the Ancestral Dragon. After becoming the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, he had reached the end of his path and could no longer see the future. After this battle, he could vaguely see the road ahead. This was truly a great fortune. Unfortunately, this was a one-off battle. Wouldn't Tai feel regret? The Dao ancestor's preaching stopped at the saint's end. Dao ancestor Hong Jun did not talk about the Dao after the sage. It was not that he did not tell them, but he did not tell them. He only told it to his 6 disciples. Disciples and sect members were different after all. I'm old. I'm not as good as you young people. Fighting Tai made Ancestral Gragon feel like he was getting old. Young people nowadays were too fierce. Tai, I have been comprehending the Dao in the easternmost land for many years and have comprehended a supreme divine ability. Do you want to see it? Seeing that he could not hold on any longer, the Ancestral Dragon said in a deep voice. Senior, please enlighten me. Tai bowed and said seriously. To be able to make the Ancestral Dragon so cautious, the power of the divine ability was definitely astonishing. Watch carefully. This divine ability of mine. It's called Dragon. After saying that, the Ancestral Dragon's body completely disappeared. Boom! The moment the Ancestral Dragon disappeared, a terrifying power erupted and swept toward Tai in a mighty manner. What was a dragon? A dragon had the strength to uproot mountains and rivers and overturn rivers and seas. A dragon was constantly striving for self-improvement and bravely advancing. A dragon was full of morals and educating the people. A dragon was full of literary talent and was passed down through the ages. A dragon was full of passion and righteousness. A dragon was full of courage and faced death with equanimity. A dragon was full of mercy and compassion. A dragon was full of mercy and compassion. A dragon was full of vengeance. A dragon was full of vengeance. A dragon was full of modesty and respect. A dragon was full of gentleness. A dragon was full of wisdom. A dragon was full of calmness and elegance. A dragon was full of iron bones. A dragon was full of might and unyielding. These were the strength of a dragon. Together, they were the ancestral dragon's supreme divine ability, dragon. No, this was no longer a divine ability. It was the Tao. The Tao of the dragon. Danger. Facing the ancestral dragon's attack, Tai felt danger for the first time in a long time. Screech. Without hesitation, Tai revealed his true form and turned into a huge golden crow. He was as dazzling as the sun and faced the mighty incoming attack. Dragon. Rumble. A terrifying power erupted. The void was shattering. Blood splattered out and dyed the sky red. Tai was injured. The invincible Tai was injured. Cough, cough. Is this a dragon? Strong enough. When everything calmed down, Tai's figure walked out of the void. However, he was not in a very good state. His face was extremely pale and bloodless. He even coughed up blood from time to time. Obviously, he was injured. And it was the most serious Tao injury. The ancestral dragon used his own Tao of the dragon to leave a Tao injury on Tai that pointed directly to the origin. Although with Tai's strength, he could recover after cultivating in seclusion for a period of time. But in a short period of time, it could affect his strength. I'm really curious about the relationship between the ancestral dragon and Feng Zichen. At this time, he still hasn't weakened my strength. Before the ancestral dragon disappeared, he didn't forget to seriously injure him. Obviously, it was for Feng Zichen. How could this not make Tai curious about the relationship between the two? After adjusting his breath for a while, Tai walked towards Dijun. Tai is coming. Feng Zichen sensed the disappearance of the ancestral dragon at the first moment. Naturally, he understood what had happened. Therefore, he said to everyone, it's time to go. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to leave when Tai comes. Feng Zichen, who had faced a saint, naturally understood the terror of that realm. That was the power to distort concepts. It was almost unparalleled. Husband. At this moment, Chang'e walked over. My wife, you came at the right time. You and Emperor Sui should go to Empress Hua's palace together. Seeing Chang'e walk over, Feng Zichen said. If one had to say who was the most innocent in this great calamity, it would be Chang'e. Ever since she married Feng Zichen and became the empress of the human race, before she could enjoy her happiness, the situation of the human race had taken a turn for the worse, and there was endless trouble. It could be said that they were extremely unlucky. Therefore, this time, Feng Zichen did not let Chang'e preside over the chaos array. Instead, he let her calm the people at the back and protect those clansmen. Now, the human experts were about to leave. Of course, they had to take Chang'e with them. No. Who would have thought that after hearing Feng Zichen's words, Chang'e would shake her head? The human race loves and respects me. How can I abandon them at the critical moment? Let me do my part for the human race. As she spoke, strands of silver light suddenly bloomed from Chang'e's body, forming a bright moon behind her. Her aura also changed drastically at this moment. That was Wang Shu's aura. Chang'e had awakened. Yes. As soon as she saw Shihe, Wang Shu had slowly woken up. However, perhaps it was because she had been together with Feng Zichen, or perhaps it was the love and respect of the human race that made her have feelings. In short, she did not leave. Instead, she pretended that nothing had happened and continued to stay. But now, the human race was about to be exterminated. She finally could not help but make a move. The sudden change made Feng Zichen somewhat at a loss. Wang Shu woke up. But why didn't she leave? All kinds of doubts echoed in Feng Zichen's mind, but he was destined to not get an answer. Because Wang Shu did not have time to leave him now. In the name of the moon god, I order the lunar star to bless me. An ancient Dao seal appeared between Wang Shu's eyebrows, and it connected with the lunar star in the boundless starry sky. Immediately, the lunar star shook. Then, under the incredulous gazes of the demon gods, the lunar star extracted the power of the stars from the heavenly cycle star formation and transferred it to Wang Shu. Boom, moonlight fell, mixed with the innate lunar origin, and fused into Wang Shu's body. This also caused her strength to continue to increase. In the blink of an eye, she broke through Daoist Jingxian and became a supreme. Not a quasi-saint, but a supreme Daoist. A supreme. The strongest among the Taoist priests. This was the name of the realm above Daoist by the primitive creatures in the ancient times. A quasi-saint was a realm that followed the path of the predecessors. Utmost exalted. That was the title of an expert that had walked their own path. The two were fundamentally different. Wang Shu was a supreme. Although she was only at the early stage, she was at the peak of the ancient times. If she had not died accidentally, she would have been at least a half-step primordial chaos existence. Boom! With the blessing of the lunar star, Wang Shu's cultivation was still increasing. Soon, she surpassed her realm in her previous life and became a mid-stage supreme. Between life and death, there was great fortune. After experiencing life and death, Wang Shu's realm naturally increased. Damn it! Seeing that the lunar star was out of her control, she was shocked and angry. Wang Shu had fallen for so many years. As soon as he was resurrected, he took control of the lunar star from her. Didn't this mean that from the beginning to the end, she had never truly controlled the lunar star? We are both moon gods. How can I be inferior to you? In a flash, she came to the core of the lunar star and used her methods to compete with Wang Shu for control of the lunar star. Affected by this, the moonlight hanging down from the lunar star suddenly decreased by a lot. You have to survive. Wang Shu turned her head and looked at Feng Zichen reluctantly. Then, she flew toward the lunar star without looking back. She wanted to completely take control of the lunar star. Only in this way could she break the heavenly cycle star formation and solve the crisis of the human race. Without the heavenly cycle star formation, the strength of the demon race would drop by at least half. It would not be so easy to deal with the human race. Chang'e, looking at Wang Shu who was flying away, Feng Zichen subconsciously reached out to grab her. Unfortunately, he did not catch anything. Is this why Chang'e flew to the moon? Looking at his empty hands, Feng Zichen was a little absent-minded. In his previous life, Chang'e flew to the moon because of the elixir of immortality. In this life, Chang'e flew to the moon to seek a chance of survival for the human race. Stop her. A loud roar woke up the absent-minded Feng Zichen. It was the demon race who saw Wang Shu heading to the lunar star and stopped her. Chapter 490. However, the lunar star had brought Wang Shu here personally. How could it let him be hurt by an outsider? A beam of moonlight flowed down, and the attack on Wang Shu was silently destroyed. Then, Wang Shu followed the moonlight and flew toward the lunar star. As Wang Shu got closer and closer to the lunar star, he became stronger and stronger. Before long, he reached the late-stage supreme stage. After being dead for countless years, Wang Shu broke through 2 realms and entered the realm of great divines. He could compete with late-stage sage-to-be cultivators. Your Majesty, will Her Majesty be in danger? The human elder Dongyun looked at the lunar star and asked Feng Zichen worriedly. He was the one who picked Chang'e up and raised her. Therefore, he was the one who was most worried about Wang Shu's safety. No. Xihe is no match for Chang'e. Feng Zichen was very assured about Wang Shu's safety. Although Xihe was a great perfection sage to be, her innate origin was greatly damaged because she gave birth to 10 golden crows. Her strength was never at its peak. When she was recuperating in seclusion, she was shocked to hear that the 9 golden crows had died. This caused her innate origin, which had recovered a little, to be further damaged. With all these factors, Xihe's strength was only slightly stronger than a late-stage sage-to-be cultivator. Wang Shu's realm was already at the late-stage supreme stage. He might not be weaker than Xihe. Moreover, he had easily taken control of the lunar star from Xihe's hands. He must have left something on the lunar star. It was good enough that Xihe could protect herself. Damn it. Seeing that he couldn't hurt Wang Shu, Di Jun vented all his anger on the humans below. He kept shaking the bell of chaos, trying to kill them all. However, the shift of the lunar star caused the power of the heavenly cycle star formation to decrease. The power of the bell of chaos was also affected, and it wasn't as powerful as before. Even so, many low-level humans were turned into blood mist by the bell of chaos. Only some cultivators above the Tai Jingxian realm barely survived. Let's go. Let's go. It'll be too late if we don't. Suddenly, Feng Zichen shouted anxiously. He should have been happy that the massive heavenly cycle star formation was damaged. But now, he was not happy at all. Because there was a great fear spreading in his heart. Tai was coming. No need. This place is too far away from Jinxiu heaven. We won't be able to escape. Let us make our final contribution to the human race. Suiren and the others shook their heads and rejected Feng Zichen. This was because a majestic god had suddenly appeared beside Di Jun. That was Tai. Even if he had never seen this person before, when he saw him, he naturally knew his identity. Boom! The bodies of Suiren and the other 2 ignited with golden flames. It was flint fire, the fire of civilization, the fire of humanity. The human race depends on you. In the flames, the figures of Suiren and the other 2 gradually became blurry. Emperor Sui, Feng Zichen knew what Suiren was doing, but he could not stop him, nor did he have the strength to stop him. They were sacrificing themselves. They were sacrificing themselves to the human race in exchange for a huge amount of power. This power was not used to deal with the demon race, but to nurture the innate spirit treasure. The 8th high-grade innate spirit treasure, the innate 8 trigrams diagram, was needed for the chaos array. The 3 perfected golden immortals sacrificed themselves in exchange for a great power from the human Tao in the unseen world. An indescribable light was born from the void and merged with the shadow of the innate 8 trigrams diagram. In the next moment, the innate 8 trigrams diagram turned from illusion to reality and was completely born. The power of the human race was so great. As the power of the human race descended, the figures of Suiren and the other 2 completely disappeared. Even their innate indestructible true spirits were not left behind. Fortunately, Suiren's group of 3 had already attained the golden immortal Tao fruit of being undying and indestructible. Even if they died, they would not die completely. Even if their innate true spirits were destroyed, they could be resurrected. It was just that it would take a long time. If there was no opportunity, it would take at least a few eons. 3 emperors, rest in peace. Feng Zichen forcefully suppressed the sadness in his heart and activated the chaos array to protect the remaining humans. Human Emperor, since we are allies, let us do our last bit for the human race. As if inspired by the 3 emperors, the Water Dragon, Dragon Sovereign, and the other 3 Daoist Jingxian from the 5 innate clans also began to sacrifice themselves. What they wanted to sacrifice was the Tao of the 5 elements. The 5 innate clans represented the innate 5 elements. The cycle of the 5 elements was the beginning of creation. As the 5 disappeared, a milky white light was born on the spot. It was sacred and had the power to create everything. It was the holy light of creation. Whoosh, the holy light of creation brushed past, and the shadow of the high-grade innate spirit treasure that represented the Tao of the innate 10 directions instantly turned from illusion to reality and was born into the world. In this way, except for the high-grade innate spirit treasure that represented the Tao of the innate 9 palaces, all the innate spirit treasures needed for the chaos array were gathered. The price was that the human race lost 8 Daoist Jingxian. Rumble. The innate spirit treasures returned to their positions, and the chaos array immediately changed. The shadows of innate god fiends appeared one after another, commanding the chaos and extraordinary. Its power had completely overshadowed the massive heavenly cycle star formation. Your Majesty, Yang is going too. With a thought, Yang also took the initiative to sacrifice himself. However, with his strength alone, he could not produce a high-grade innate spirit treasure. On the side, the 9 kings looked at everyone's actions and also had the thought of sacrificing himself. But immediately, they gave up. The others were Daoist Jingxian, who could produce innate spirit treasures by sacrificing themselves, but they were not. With the support of the human race's fate, although they could unleash the power of Daoist Jingxian, they were still half-step Daoist Jingxian. Sacrificing oneself was useless. In the end, after Yang's sacrifice, the innate spirit treasure that represented the Tao of the innate 9 palaces was also born, but it barely reached the mid-grade. It was better than nothing. With the birth of the innate 9 palaces diagram, the chaos array's power increased again. The aura of the great Tao spread, and it vaguely felt perfect. But it was still a little short. That was because the innate 9 palaces diagram had not become a high-grade innate spirit treasure. However, Yang did not die after the innate 9 palaces diagram was born. Because at the critical moment, the floating flame flag suddenly flew up, wrapped the last bit of Yang's innate undying true spirit, and flew to the 8 Visions Palace on Mount Shouyang. Seeing this, the monsters did not stop them. They still had to give face to the Grand Pure Saint. 9 kings, listen up. Activate the chaos array with all your might. Suppressing all his thoughts, Feng Zichen ordered coldly. With the chaos array, the human Tao imperial court was stable. Chapter 491. Yes. The 9 kings received the order and went to their respective Khanate spirit treasures, activating them with all their might to maintain the operation of the chaos formation. Roar, in the formation, the Khanate god fiend's shadow became clearer and clearer, as if it was about to cross the river of time and completely manifest in the world. Clang, Dong Huang Tai flicked his finger and rang the bell of chaos. Terrifying sound waves swept out, creating layers of ripples as they blasted towards the human Tao imperial court. However, the chaos formation that was on the verge of completion was abnormally strong. No matter what kind of attack hit it, it would be devoured by the chaos and become nutrients for its growth. Not bad. Tai wasn't very surprised that he couldn't break the chaos formation. Anything that was related to chaos was not simple. It would be a problem if it was easily broken by him. The human race is incredible. If you have enough time, you will definitely become a great threat to the demons. At this time, even Tai had to admit that the trump card revealed by the humans was enough to shock him. Fortunately, the demons had discovered it early and eliminated the strong enemy in advance. Otherwise, in the future, the humans might be able to dominate the primordial world and threaten the demons' position. That's why the humans can't be left alive. With that, Tai summoned the Bell of Chaos and was about to enter the formation personally to break the humans' last trump card. Rumble. Coincidentally, at this moment, the moon shook and actually pulled itself out of the heavenly cycle star formation. Shiha had been defeated, and the lunar star master had been replaced by Wang Shu. Even if Shiha had been defeated, it shouldn't have been so fast. However, the first thing Wang Shu did after returning to the lunar star wasn't to fight with Shiha for control of the lunar star, but to save the Khanate lunar osmanthus tree. In this way, if the two worked together, Shiha would be defeated. Damn it. Seeing this, Di Jun was worried about Shiha's safety and wanted to go to the lunar star to help. However, it was a critical time to attack the humans. How could he leave so easily? For a moment, Di Jun was in a dilemma. Big brother, I'm here. Don't worry. The lunar star is the key to setting up the heavenly cycle star formation. You can't lose it. So, big brother, it's more important to help sister-in-law. Seeing Di Jun's dilemma, Tai took the initiative to speak. Without the lunar star, would the cosmic cycle star formation still be the cosmic cycle star formation? How could they fight against the shaman tribe then? Therefore, the human race could survive, but the lunar star had to be taken back. Second brother, I'll leave this place to you. Big brother is going. With that, Di Jun transformed into his original form and flew toward the lunar star. In his heart, he had already decided to kill Wang Shu. No matter what, Wang Shu had to die. After all, as long as he was alive, the demons would not be at peace. If he were to attack the demons during the final battle between the liches and demons, would that demon still be alive? However, this thought did not last long before Di Jun changed his mind. This was because, on the way to the lunar star, terrifying gazes came from the depths of the endless void and stared at him. None of the owners of those gazes were lower than half-step primordial chaos. These were the supreme beings of the primordial era. Di Jun knew that the purpose of these ancient and terrifying experts' sudden appearance was to warn him not to kill Wang Shu. In the primordial era, there were no sectarian differences, nor were there any major disputes. Everyone was seeking the Tao and often gathered to discuss the Tao. Their relationship could be said to be very close. In addition, everyone had a common enemy, so they naturally formed an extraordinary friendship. In the past, it was fine if Wang Shu did not revive. But now, Wang Shu had broken through the tribulation and returned. How could these ancient supreme beings watch their former comrade die again? Therefore, if Di Jun dared to kill someone, they would definitely stop him. Di Jun was also afraid of this, so he changed his decision. Di Jun was not afraid of one or two of them, but 3, 4, 5, 6. Di Jun was a little flustered. Moreover, the heavenly Tao also allowed Wang Shu to die. One had to know that Wang Shu had died to protect the primordial world. The heavenly Tao also had to owe him a favor. Now that Wang Shu had returned, how could the heavenly Tao not protect him? Fellow Daoist Wang Shu, please stop. After arriving at the lunar star, Di Jun did not attack Wang Shu after saving Shihe. Fellow Daoist, I can give you the lunar star. In the next battle to exterminate the humans, the demon clan can also not use the heavenly cycle star formation. In fact, I can even not make a move. After pondering for a moment, Di Jun said. What are the conditions? Wang Shu asked expressionlessly. Di Jun had made such a big concession, so it was impossible that there were no conditions. During this tribulation, you are not allowed to leave the lunar star, nor are you allowed to help the witch clan. If the demon clan uses the lunar star, you can't stop us. Di Jun stated his conditions. He wanted to imprison Wang Shu on the lunar star. As for giving the lunar star to Wang Shu, wouldn't that be a joke? The lunar star was now in Wang Shu's hands. Moreover, he was not allowed to help the witch clan. When the demon clan used the lunar star, he was not allowed to stop them. What was the difference between this and the lunar star still in the hands of the demon clan? Just this tribulation? Wang Shu thought for a moment and said. Yes. Di Jun nodded. If the demon clan won this tribulation, the lunar star could be taken back at any time. If the demon clan lost, the lunar star would not be able to be held. Okay. But I want to add a condition. The other quasi-saints of the demon clan are not allowed to attack the human clan. After a moment of silence, Wang Shu put forward his conditions. Okay. Di Jun could not do it himself. If even Tai could not destroy the human clan, then the other quasi-saints of the demon clan would not be able to do it either. That's good. He was bound to be weak. Although Wang Shu was unwilling, he still nodded and agreed. He knew that if he did not agree to Di Jun's conditions, then Di Jun would definitely expel him from the lunar star at all costs. In this way, he would not be able to get anything. It was better to agree to Di Jun's conditions and fight for a chance of survival for the human clan. After the two of them finished speaking, the heavenly Tao immediately reacted. The sound of Tao rumbled between heaven and earth as a witness. Both of them were existences at the peak of the primordial world. Their every word and action was witnessed by heaven and earth. If they violated it, they would be killed by the heavenly Tao. Therefore, there was no need to make a Tao oath to restrain each other like in the future. The only standard to measure the primordial world's top array is whether it has the power to fight against a saint. Now, let me see if the chaos array of the human clan can be called a top array. After dismissing the heavenly cycle demon gods and the demon clan quasi-saints, Tai walked into the chaos array alone. He wanted to test the quality of the chaos array. Roar! In the array, phantoms of innate godfiends stepped through the air and charged toward Tai. Small matter. Tai shook the bell of chaos gently. An invisible sound wave spread out and shattered the phantoms of the innate godfiends. Then, the bell of chaos flew out of Tai's hand and clanged in the air. A mighty force that could suppress everything emanated from his body and froze the chaos array. The bell of chaos was a supreme treasure that Panga used to shatter the chaos and suppress the earth, fire, water, and wind when he opened the skies. It had a certain restraining effect on the chaos. It was the most suitable to deal with the chaos array. If that's all, it's not worthy of being called a top array of the primordial world. Tai smiled as he looked at the chaos array that had stopped operating. The greatness of the chaos is not something we can hope to achieve. In the chaos, heaven and earth are one. Before all things were born, it was vast and boundless. There are endless changes contained within, and all the mysteries of the great Tao are contained within. His power is endless. Since Daoist Tai wants to see, then let's test the power of the chaos array. At the center of the chaos array, where the chaos bead was, Feng Zichen absorbed all the power of the Emperor Star and unleashed the ultimate power of the chaos array. Boom! The chaos array began to shrink, turning into a huge Tao fetus. The phantoms of the innate god fiends also changed, turning into connate runes that fell into the Tao fetus. Finally, the chaos bead and the 9 connate spirit treasures merged into the Tao fetus. Bang! As the Tao fetus broke into pieces, a magnificent force burst out of it. This power, why is it so great? In front of this power, even Tai felt insignificant. Because this was the power of the great Tao. At the end of the chaos array was an incarnation of the great Tao. Rumble. An extremely illusory shadow appeared from the Tao fetus. It was so illusory that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. But even so, the moment it appeared, heaven and earth still shook. It was too great and too perfect. Seeing it, the world finally knew what perfection was. True perfection. It was not absolute perfection, nor was it the most perfect, but it was perfect without any flaws. Unfortunately, before Tai could see its appearance clearly, this extremely illusory shadow shattered. The chaos array set up by Feng Zichen was not the real chaos array after all, but a weakened version. How could it condense an incarnation of the great Tao? The light shadow shattered and began to condense again. This time, it succeeded. A purple shadow stood in the chaos array. Its body was enveloped by purple gas, but one could vaguely see that it was a humanoid creature, which meant that it had a connate Taoism aptitude. Moreover, its body also emitted a sense of perfection, but it was not as perfect as the previous light shadow. It seemed to have some kind of flaw. The aura emitted from its body was cold and vast, giving Tai a very familiar feeling, just like the heavenly Tao. No, it was clearly the heavenly Tao. This was the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao? Tai was very familiar with the aura of the heavenly Tao. This was the limit of the chaos array, primeval version, condensing an incarnation of the heavenly Tao. As for the realm, it was, of course, the realm of chaos. However, because the connate 9 palace diagram that formed the chaos array had not advanced to the ranks of superior grade connate spirit treasures, the chaos array had a flaw. Chapter 492. Because of this flaw, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, which was supposed to be the most perfect existence in the primordial world, had a flaw. He only had 9 fingers, not the 10 fingers that the Khanate Taoism aptitude should have. This caused him to have a weakness. Hiss, what kind of array formation is this? It can actually summon the incarnation of the heavenly Tao? At this moment, not to mention the demons, even the powerful beings who were watching the battle in the void were deeply shocked. There were countless array formations in the primordial world, but they had never heard of any array formation that could summon the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. The chaos array of the human race was the first one. Just this point alone was enough to make the chaos array of the primordial world's top array formation, comparable to the other 3 top arrays. From now on, the 3 great arrays of the primordial world will probably become the 4 great arrays of the primordial world. Looking at the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, the group of powerful beings sighed. Regardless of whether the human race won or lost this battle, the Chaos Array would definitely be famous in the primordial world. The 12 Divine Wraith Array of the Witch race, the Heavenly Cycle Star Array of the Demon race, and the Immortal Slaying Sword Array of the Prime Clear Saint Tong Tian had always been recognized as the strongest array formation in the primordial world. However, from now on, the Chaos Array would be added to these 3 great arrays, and they would be called the 4 great arrays of the primordial world. The incarnation of the heavenly Tao was the manifestation of the will of heaven, representing the heavens. Fighting with it was defying the heavens. In the primordial world, the heavenly Tao was above everything. How could the world defy it? Feng Zichen stepped forward, merged with the incarnation of the heavenly way, and scolded Tai. He shouted at Tai. Are you going to defy the heavens? The sound of the Tao rumbled and resounded throughout the world. It was as if the heavenly Tao was speaking, shaking the heavens and intimidating all living beings, creating boundless phenomena. Defy the heavens? I have already attained the Tao, the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. I am the Tao, the heavens. What do you mean by defying the heavens? After the initial shock, Tai calmed down and looked at the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, full of fighting spirit. The heavenly Tao was very powerful. But the incarnation of the heavenly Tao? He was barely at the level of a Chaos Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. His strength was still slightly lacking compared to him. So, why would Tai be afraid? Furthermore, there were not many opportunities to fight with the heavenly Tao. He could verify his Tao. Fighting against the heavens was a source of endless joy. Tai really wanted to test the gap between himself and the heavenly Tao. There was no shame in losing. If he won, it would be a supreme glory. Kill. With this thought in mind, Tai moved and rushed towards the heavenly Tao's incarnation. And it was a killing move right from the start. The chaos bell suppressed everything, and the divine light of the sun destroyed everything. It rushed towards Feng Zichen in a grandiose manner. Good timing. Feng Zichen first took out the cauldron of heaven and earth and smashed it towards the bell of chaos. Then, he formed a seal with both hands and abruptly blasted forward. A huge furnace materialized, shrouded in will of the way, and devoured the divine light of the sun. That was the heavenly Tao furnace. This supreme divine ability was unleashed by the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. It contained the purest power of the heavenly Tao. All the Khanate runes were replaced by heavenly Tao runes. It could be said that this was a heavenly Tao mystique. Boom! The cauldron of heaven and earth was no match for the power of the bell of chaos and was sent flying back. Feng Zichen reached out to catch it, but he was forced back a few steps before he caught it. It's not my treasure after all. There are many inconveniences in using it. In the end, the cauldron of heaven and earth was Nuwa's Dharma treasure. It was only lent to Feng Zichen for temporary use. He could not fully unleash the power of the cauldron of heaven and earth. Kill. After steadying himself, without waiting for Tai to attack, Feng Zichen's heart stirred. The power of the Khanate yin-yang 5 elements circulated in his body as he took the initiative to attack Tai. Swoosh, a 7-colored light appeared, melting everything as it swept towards Tai. This was a supreme divine ability, Connate Yin-Yang 5 Elements Divine Light. The Yin-Yang 5 elements contained everything in the primordial world. In other words, everything in the primordial world would be restrained by the Connate Yin-Yang 5 Elements Divine Light. If he wanted to break this divine ability, he could only break it with force. Screech. Tai Yi shook his body and turned into a huge golden crow. He flapped his wings, and a dazzling golden light burst out. It was like a heavenly knife slashing down, splitting the Connate Yin-Yang 5 Elements Divine Light. Then, Tai Yi flapped his wings again and directly came to Feng Zichen's side, fighting him in close combat. The two sides fought for several days. In the end, Dong Huang defeated Feng Zichen with the power of the Bell of Chaos. Huff. Huff. After forcing Tai Yi away, Feng Zichen panted heavily. There was still a flaw in the chaos formation. Otherwise, why would the incarnation of the heavenly path be defeated by Tai Yi? Even if Tai Yi had the Bell of Chaos, it was the same. Sigh. If only the 9 kings had the cultivation of a sage to be. Feng Zichen sighed regretfully while guarding against Tai Yi. The chaos formation was not perfect. Not only was the level of the Connate 9 palaces not high enough, but it was also limited by the cultivation of the 9 kings of the human race. One had to know that a cultivator with a superior grade Connate spiritual treasure would at least be a sage to be. Therefore, to perfectly unleash the power of the chaos formation, a mere 9 Daoist Jingxian were not enough. They had to have 9 sage to be. If the human race had 9 sage to be, Feng Zichen could rely on the chaos formation to run amok in the untainted world. Even if he could not surpass the shamans and demons, he could still become a force second only to the saints. What a pity. Tai Yi said regretfully after adjusting his breath for a moment. With his cultivation, how could he not see that the chaos formation had a fatal flaw? It was this flaw that caused the strength of the incarnation of the heavenly path to be far inferior to him. This also made Tai Yi feel a little regretful and a little fortunate. Unfortunately, he could not personally test the strength of the incarnation of the heavenly path. Fortunately, if the incarnation of the heavenly path had completely descended, even if the demons could win this attack, they would have suffered great losses. Fellow Daoist, it's time for you to go. Looking at Feng Zichen, Tai Yi said indifferently. This battle of the demons had already taken a long time. It was time to end it. Fellow Daoist Tai Yi, I admit that you are very strong. But if you want to break the chaos formation, I'm afraid you alone are not enough. Sensing Tai Yi's killing intent, Feng Zichen smiled indifferently. He was not afraid. He could not defeat him, but he could defend. As long as he could delay until the shaman ancestor came out of seclusion, the crisis of the human race would be resolved in an instant. Next, it would be a protracted battle. Sword, come. Feng Zichen stretched out his right hand and shouted softly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the great Tao appeared. All the divine swords in the untainted world were trembling. Wisps of sword light flew out and gathered in Feng Zichen's hand, forming a colorless longsword. Path Sword. The sword of the Connate Sword Tao. A sword formed completely from the Connate Sword Tao was incomparably pure. With the sword in hand, Feng Zichen's aura also changed. An incomparably sharp aura rose from his body and rushed into the clouds. He held the sword horizontally in front of his chest. Feng Zichen stared at Dong Huang Tai silently. He was accumulating strength. If the enemy does not move, I will not move. If the enemy moves, I will return the favor with a thunderous blow. Hee. Tai could only smile at this. Then, he turned into a rainbow light and crashed into the Bell of Chaos at an unimaginable speed. Clang! An unprecedented bell sound was emitted from the Bell of Chaos. The bell wave swept out and destroyed everything. Feng Zichen raised his sword to meet it. However, in just a breath, the path sword was shattered into pieces. Feng Zichen's expression changed slightly. First, he took out the cauldron of heaven and earth to block in front of him. Then, he used supreme magic and blasted it forward. The greatest defense was offense. As long as he shattered the opponent's attack, no one could hurt him. The bell wave swept over, and the cauldron of heaven and earth was instantly sent flying. The magic that Feng Zichen used was also shattered one by one. Puff! A terrifying power erupted, shattering the chaos. Feng Zichen was also shaken to the point of vomiting blood. Fortunately, after being weakened layer by layer, there was not much power left in the Bell of Chaos. Feng Zichen looked miserable, but in fact, he was not too injured. The Chaos Bead was not destroyed, and the Chaos Array was not damaged. After Feng Zichen stabilized his body, with a thought, the damaged Chaos Array was immediately restored. Clang, 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 Tai continued to ring the Bell of Chaos. It was as if he was going to repeat the scene of Pangus splitting the sky. Wherever the bell sound passed, chaos was destroyed. However, Feng Zichen secretly mobilized the power of the World Tree. This also caused Feng Zichen to seem like he was about to collapse every time. But after a moment, he was alive and kicking again. Although the World Tree had not grown to the level of the primordial Chaos Dao realm, it was infinitely close. Moreover, as a Chaos Spirit root, it had infinite possibilities. It could allow it to display some of the characteristics of the primordial Chaos Dao realm in advance. It was with the support of the World Tree that Feng Zichen could withstand the attacks of Donghuang Tai again and again. Just like that, another 100 years passed. Why hasn't it broken yet? After 100 years, the Chaos Array still showed no signs of breaking. Even Tai could not help but feel a little anxious. Fellow Daoist, it seems that you have a lot of treasures on you, Tai said as he put away the Bell of Chaos. Logically speaking, he should have broken the Chaos Array long ago. However, no matter how he attacked, the array would not break. Obviously, Feng Zichen had other treasures on him. Fellow Daoist Tai, do you still want to fight? After recovering from his injuries again, Feng Zichen said. Now, they were waiting for the ancestral shaman to come out of seclusion or for the battle of the saints to end. Then, the crisis of the human race would be over. Boom! As the two of them spoke, a violent fluctuation suddenly came from the direction of the shaman tribe. An ancestral shaman aura that was different from the other ancestral shamans rose slowly, shocking the entire primordial world. The 13th ancestral shaman of the shaman tribe was born. Not good. Tai's expression changed when he saw this. With the birth of the 13th ancestral shaman, the shaman tribe's plan had been completed. It would not be long before the ancestral shaman came out of seclusion. At that time, they would definitely not tolerate him staying in the primordial world. This human race could not fight anymore. Had to leave as soon as possible. After all, the humans and demons needed to refine the Wu slaughtering sword were almost all captured by the demon race. But he left just like that. Tai was also a little unwilling. Feng Zichen's strength was too strong. The power of the Chaos Array was even stronger. If he let Feng Zichen go today, with his hatred for the demon race, he would definitely help the shaman tribe during the decisive battle between the shaman and the demon race. This would bring unknown variables to the decisive battle between the shaman tribe and the demon race. Chapter 493. Fellow Daoist Tai, the ancestral which is about to come out of seclusion. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave. Sensing the changes in the witch clan, Feng Zichen said to Tai excitedly. At this time, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. God knew. During this period, how much pressure he had endured. The World Tree was extraordinary. Its strength also had a limit. It had helped Feng Zichen survive for 100 years under Tai's attack, and it was almost at its limit. If the ancestral which did not come out of seclusion, he might not be able to hold on. At that time, Feng Zichen would only face the outcome of being killed by Donghuang Tai. Fellow Daoist Zichen, if you don't die, I won't be at ease. Looking at Feng Zichen, Tai did not hide his true thoughts. He wanted Feng Zichen to die. If Feng Zichen did not die, he would definitely become a great threat to the demon clan. Therefore, this person could not be left alive. I know. But you can't kill me. Feng Zichen was very clear about Tai Yi's thoughts. The demon clan's goal had long been achieved. The humans needed to refine the witch-killing sword were more than enough for 80% of the humans who had escaped from the human territory. The reason why they were unwilling to leave was to kill Feng Zichen. After all, an expert like Feng Zichen, once they offended him, it was better to die. Yes. I can't kill you now. This was what Tai Yi was helpless about. If he could kill Feng Zichen, he would have died long ago in the past 100 years. He wouldn't have lived until the ancestral witch came out of seclusion. Kill you, I can't do it. But I can seal you. With a thought, Tai Yi had an idea. What he was worried about was that Feng Zichen would help the witch clan during the final battle between the liches and demons, bringing unknown variables to the battle. Wouldn't it be fine if he didn't have the chance to attack? Once Feng Zichen was completely sealed, he would be able to solve everything perfectly. As for after that, it would be much simpler. After the Great Lich Demon War ended. If the demon clan won, Feng Zichen would be a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of the demon clan. If the demon clan lost, how could the witch clan to let the demon clan? Even if Feng Zichen's to break out of the seal, he would not be able to find the demon clan to take revenge. Had a plan. Was to demon god. And seal to seal to Tai Yi knew that with his strength, even if he could seal Feng Zichen, he could not seal him for too long. Only by combining the power of the demon gods of the demon clan could they completely seal Feng Zichen. What a pity. Emperor Jun had promised Wang Shu that the demonic saints would not participate in this war. To be. To seal. Hearing this, Feng Zichen's expression became strange. If he didn't have so many aliases, sealing him would be the best way to deal with him. But, he had so many aliases. Sealing him was of no use at all. At most, he could seal his human body. Oh. No. It was not useless. Feng Zichen was fine, but the many clansmen who followed him were not. Apart from the clansmen in the ancestral land and those who had been captured by the demon clan, the rest of the humans were all behind Feng Zichen. Even Zichen's grotto heaven was in the human Dao imperial court. Since Tai Yi had achieved the Dao, Feng Zichen did not dare to let Zichen's grotto heaven float in the void. He had put it in the human Dao imperial court as soon as possible. The Khanate star tree, which was only at the quasi-saint level, could not stop the calculation of Tai Yi, who was at the primordial chaos level. It was safer to put it under his nose. At present, the humans who were still in the primordial world had been divided into 3 groups by Feng Zichen. The first group was the cultivators who had not become immortals. Feng Zichen had left them in the ancestral land of the humans and was protected by Nuwa. The second group was the prodigies of the human race. Feng Zichen had hidden them in Zichen's grotto heaven. The third group was the Tai Jingxian of the human race. They followed Feng Zichen to guard the human Dao imperial court. The rest were either killed or captured by the demon clan. These people accounted for the most. They were more than half of the human race. Sigh. I'm afraid I can't avoid this seal. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen could not think of a way to escape. Tai Yi's strength was too strong. These clansmen and him would not be able to escape the fate of being sealed. However, this was not necessarily a bad thing. Behind Feng Zichen were the elites of the human race. It could be said that the remaining strength of the human race was here. Being sealed was better than all of them dying. Tai Yi raised the bell of chaos high and attracted the power of the sun from the boundless starry sky. After cultivating the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, Tai Yi's connection with the sun had deepened. It was as if he was the incarnation of the sun. With this move, he directly attracted the most origin power of the sun. Boom! Immediately, the boundless power of the sun descended and drowned the chaos formation. Pfft! Seeing this, Tai Yi did not hesitate. He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood essence. With this as ink, he began to draw in the void. Not long after, a huge seal formed in the void and sealed the chaos formation. This was the sun god restriction. The restriction set up by the origin of the sun could cut off space and time and seal everything. Moreover, this seal could continuously draw in the power of the sun to maintain the operation of the seal. Bell of Chaos. After that, Tai raised the Bell of Chaos and imprinted his mark on the sun god restriction to strengthen the seal. Go. Behind Tai, more than 300 heavenly cycle star gods attacked together and imprinted their marks on the sun god restriction. This time, the heavenly cycle demon gods did not use the heavenly cycle star power. Firstly, Di Jun had promised Wang Shu that he would not use the heavenly cycle star formation. Secondly, Feng Zichen was connected to the Emperor Star. Who knew if he had obtained a special method to deal with Zhouxing? If they used Zhouxing to seal him, wouldn't it give him a chance to take advantage of the loophole? They had to be careful about this. Therefore, they could not use star power to seal him. At the same time, at the boundary between heaven and earth, the 4,000 demon gods that were blocked by the sorcerer tribe also moved. They wanted to strengthen the sun god restriction. Naturally, the sorcerer tribe would not allow this. Unfortunately, before they could stop them, they saw Di Jun and the other demi-saints of the demon race looking over from afar. The great sorcerer was forced to stop. This was an attack on the sorcerer tribe, not the human race. Di Jun did not break the agreement. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Daoist's imprints crossed the void and imprinted themselves on the sun god restriction, increasing his power to an unimaginable level. Looking at the sun god restriction, Tai asked himself. Even if he fell into it, it would be difficult for him to break out of the seal. Moreover, Feng Zichen was not as good as he was. Only then did he feel relieved. Activate. Tai gently knocked on the Bell of Chaos. The seal, with the sun as the main force and the 4,000 demon gods as support, immediately began to operate at full power. Chapter 494. The first one to be affected was naturally the Emperor Star. The star power that was connected to the Chaos Bead was directly cut off. As a result, the Chaos Bead's power was greatly reduced, and it was even more powerless to resist the Sun God restriction. Just like that, Feng Zichen and the Imperial Court of Human Dao were slowly sealed by the demon race. During this process, Feng Zichen did not resist at all. Because resistance was useless. The chaos formation could not withstand such a powerful seal. Since that was the case, he might as well save his strength and give up resisting. He would not die after being sealed anyway. However, the moment the seal was about to be completed, Feng Zichen threw out the cauldron of heaven and earth. This was Nuwa's treasure. It could not be sealed with her. Tai didn't stop him. The demon race was in the wrong to attack the humans. They had let Nuwa down. If he intercepted Nuwa's magic treasure again, he would really become Nuwa's sworn enemy. This could not be done. A dazzling golden light flashed, and the Imperial Court of Human Dao disappeared from the wilderness, sealed in the depths of the void by Tai. This also marked the official end of the demon race's war against the humans. It's over, the humans are really amazing. As the battle came to an end, the great beings of the wilderness all withdrew their gazes. This time, the humans had really brought them a great shock. Retreat, retreat. After sealing Feng Zichen, Tai ordered the demon god beside him. The shaman ancestor was about to come out of seclusion. If the demon race army continued to wander in the wilderness, they would probably never be able to return. With that, Tai's figure flashed and rushed into the boundless starry sky. The problem of the humans had been solved, but there was another huge problem waiting for the demon race to solve. That was the Emperor Star. Compared to the humans, the Emperor Star was the threat that could shake the foundation of the demon race. As long as the problem of the Emperor Star was not solved, the demon race would not be able to sleep or eat in peace. Attack. As Tai rushed towards the North Star, Di Jun, Shihe, and the other demi-saints of the demon race also rushed towards the North Star. Even Fuxi, who had been in seclusion, walked out of Emperor Shi's palace and charged towards Ziwei Star. Fuxi could ignore the invasion of the human race with the excuse that he was in seclusion. However, this matter concerned the foundation of the demon race, so he had no reason not to take action. After all, he was the emperor of the demon race. He was second only to Di Jun and Tai Yi in the demon race. He sat firmly on the third seat of the demon race. A primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, 2 half-origin primordial chaos experts, and several great circle sage-to-be experts were attacking Ziwei Star at the same time. For a moment, Feng Zichen was in danger. This calamity could be said to be the greatest crisis he had encountered since he was born. As the demon race's war against the humans came to an end, the battle between the saints in the outer chaos also came to an end. Fellow Daoist Nuwa, since you are unwilling to help the Western land, then poor Wei will not disturb you. Daoist Kundi waved the wonderful tree of 7 treasures and scattered Nuwa's supernatural power. Then, he leaped and escaped from the battlefield, flying towards the untainted land. You want to leave? Nuwa was about to chase after him and let Daoist Kundi see how powerful she was. However, from the corner of her eye, she happened to see Tai Yi and the others besieging Ziwei Star. Kundi, today's cause, tomorrow's effect. Remember what you did today. In the future, poor Wei will definitely give you retribution. As if thinking of something, Nuwa's heart skipped a beat. She gave up on Daoist Kundi and rushed towards the boundless starry sky. Feng Zichen had grown up under Nuwa's nose. How could she not know the relationship between Ziwei Star and Feng Zichen? Now that Ziwei Star was in trouble, she naturally could not ignore it. She still had to save him. Not being able to protect the human race was enough to make Nuwa feel guilty. If she could not save Feng Zichen, she would really have no face to see others. As for Kundi, saints were free from calamities and were eternal. The days ahead were long. If she wanted to give him retribution, there would be plenty of opportunities. Nuwa, who had not established a sect, was much calmer than the other saints. On the way to the boundless starry sky, the cauldron of heaven and earth returned to Nuwa's hands. Fellow Daoist Hutu, poor Wei will take my leave. In another place, seeing that the battle between humans and demons had come to an end, Daoist Jia took his leave and left. Hutu did not stop him. Of course. She could not stop him. It was meaningless. Fellow Daoist Jia, have you thought about how you are going to repay the 2 karmas you owe me? Hutu said leisurely as she looked at Jiayin's back. The Western sect owed him karma. This time, they had stopped him. This karma could be said to be growing. It would be difficult for Zhuan to repay it. Hutu was not Hongyun. She was a saint and would not die. Zhuan method of dealing with Hongyun would not work on her. In the future, there would be a lot of trouble. Jia, who was hurrying on his way, paused slightly after hearing Hutu's words. His expression became even more bitter. His lips moved slightly for a moment, but he could not say anything. In the end, he seemed to have no face to stay here and left even faster. Humph. Hutu snorted coldly and also left the chaos beyond the sky. However, she did not go to the boundless starry sky. Instead, she went to the primeval land. Hutu was not very clear about the relationship between Feng Zichen and the Emperor Star. Therefore, she rushed to the primeval land to see if she could save Feng Zichen. The boundless starry sky. Retreat. Seeing the demon experts coming at him, Feng Zichen did not dare to fight with them. He hurriedly drove the Emperor Star and walked into the depths of the boundless starry sky. The boundless starry sky was naturally vast and boundless. It was connected to the chaos beyond the sky. If Feng Zichen hid it well, he might be able to hide it from the Tai and the others. As for where he hid it, he had a plan in his heart. That was where the Zhouxing map was located. The innate cardinal treasure Zhouxing map had been nurtured in the boundless starry sky for so long, but it had not been discovered by anyone until now. It could be seen that it was hidden deeply. If Feng Zichen could hide there, he would naturally be able to escape this calamity. But now, the only problem in front of him was how to get rid of the Tai and the others. If he could not get rid of the Tai and the others, Feng Zichen did not dare to go to the place where the Zhousing map was located. If the demons followed the clues and found that place, then Feng Zichen would lose more than just the Emperor's star. There was also an unborn innate cardinal treasure. Of course, Feng Zichen would not do such an act to help the enemy. Therefore, the prerequisite for him to survive was to get rid of the demons and the others. The Emperor's star has indeed given birth to an innate saint. Seeing that the Emperor's star was about to run away, the people who had doubts before immediately confirmed it. If there was no innate saint secretly manipulating it, how could the Emperor's star behave like this? You want to run? Do you think you can run? The Tai's face turned cold as he directly activated the Bell of Chaos. Chapter 495. Clang. A majestic force descended, wanting to suppress everything. Fighting with the Emperor's star? What a joke. Feng Zichen smiled coldly, shaking the Emperor's star. Boom. Vast star power descended, destroying the bell waves of the Bell of Chaos. The Emperor's star. The Lord of the Stars, the Emperor's star. Its star power was the most domineering and fierce. It could be said to be the number one in the primordial world. It could destroy all spells and Dao. The imperial dragon Qi of the later generations was a manifestation of the Emperor's star's power in the world. Its power could be seen from this. In other words, no divine ability or spell could hurt the Emperor's star. If one wanted to hurt the Emperor's star, they could only break it with their physical body. Boom! After Tai Yi, the other demon experts' divine abilities also came one after another. Unfortunately, the Emperor's star's power was vast and mighty. The Emperor's Qi swept out and destroyed all the divine abilities that came crashing down. The Emperor's star's power is incomparably domineering. I'm afraid our divine abilities won't be able to hurt him. Everyone, just use your Dharma treasures to attack. With a thought, Tai Yi understood the characteristics of the Emperor's star's power. He didn't use any divine abilities and directly drove the Bell of Chaos to crash into the Emperor's star. The Bell of Chaos attack couldn't hurt the Emperor's star, but the bell body could. Rumble. Seeing the Bell of Chaos crashing over, Feng Zichen hurriedly controlled the Emperor's star to dodge. The Bell of Chaos didn't hit the Emperor's star. Without losing momentum, it smashed the meteorite floating in the boundless starry sky into pieces. Go! Feng Zichen had just dodged the Bell of Chaos when Di Jun threw out the Sun God's sword and slashed at the Emperor's star. Demon Master Kuan Peng also took out the Demon Master Palace and smashed it at the Emperor's star. The other demon saints also took out their Khanate spirit treasures and attacked the Emperor's star with brute force. Khanate god fiends still had strength. Whether or not they had seriously tempered their bodies were shockingly powerful. This was an innate talent. Therefore, when they smashed their Khanate spirit treasures at the Emperor's star, the power was naturally shocking. Feng Zichen's speed was fast, but there was nothing he could do. The monster race had the advantage in numbers, and their attacks came one after another. The Emperor's star managed to dodge the first few attacks, but in the end he was still struck several times. But fortunately, the North Star was formed from Pangu's ancestral aperture, and it had been tempered for countless years, so it was extremely tough. Among the numerous attacks of the demon race, other than the Bell of Chaos, the rest could hardly cause any damage to the North Star. Feng Zichen only needed to dodge the Chaos Bell. But every time it was hit, the Emperor's star did not suffer any damage, but its speed slowed down. Gradually, it was caught up by the supreme demon experts. I'm in trouble. Feng Zichen could not help but frown as he watched the demon clan experts gradually surround him. If the demon race was really surrounded, it would be difficult for them to escape. But for a moment, he couldn't think of a good solution. Let's go. Just as Feng Zichen was feeling anxious, Wang Shu's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Then, the moon star bloomed with a bright light, and the majestic power of the moon surged out, sweeping across the entire starry sky. Some of the demon race experts were not paying attention and were knocked askew by the power of the moon star. Feng Zichen seized the opportunity and drove the Emperor Star out of the encirclement of the demon race, continuing to escape into the depths of the boundless starry sky. Wang Shu and Feng Zichen had a very close relationship. After spending time together, Wang Shu was not a fool. Of course, he could see the relationship between Feng Zichen and the Emperor Star. Moreover, when the two of them were dual cultivating, Feng Zichen had never hidden the existence of the Emperor Star. So, how could Wang Shu, who knew the connection, not help when he saw the Emperor Star in danger? Di Jun glared at Wang Shu fiercely, but he did not care about finding trouble with him. He hurriedly chased after the Emperor Star. Compared to Wang Shu, the Emperor Star was obviously more important. After all, Wang Shu was on the moon star and could take revenge at any time. But the Emperor Star was different. If he let it escape now, he would probably not be able to find it in the future. Following that, the process of Tai Yi and the others chasing after Feng Zichen was not very smooth. This was because a great divine power had made a move. The demon race had occupied Zhousing for so many years, and there were many great divine powers who were dissatisfied with them. Now that they could cause trouble for the demon race, those great divine powers naturally did not hesitate to make a move. Mysterious and unfathomable supreme divine powers blasted out from the depths of the void, blocking Tai Yi and the others from chasing after the Emperor Star. And Feng Zichen took this opportunity to constantly distance himself from the demon race experts. However, just like that, he could not get rid of Tai Yi's pursuit. Following that, a saint secretly made a move. Firstly, it was to test Tai Yi's current strength. Secondly, it was to help the Emperor Star escape. Zhousing was too important. It could not be controlled by the demon race forever. Now, there was an additional Emperor Star Lord, competing with Di Jun for the right to rule Zhousing. The saints were still very happy to see this. Damn it. After breaking through the interception of another saint, Tai Yi looked at the Emperor Star that was getting further and further away and could not help but curse. How could he not see through the thoughts of these saints? Their intentions were truly hateful. At this moment, Nuwa rushed over from outer space and used a divine power to cover the tracks of the Emperor Star. Nuwa hated the demon race for destroying the human race, so she did not show any mercy. She was not like the other saints, who hid their heads and tails and did not dare to reveal their true bodies. Nuwa, Tai Yi was caught off guard and was hit by Nuwa's sneak attack. He staggered. Fellow Daoist, you are angry. Tai Yi knows. When this matter is over, Tai Yi will definitely go to Emperor Hua's palace with Big Brother to apologize. But this matter concerns the foundation of the demon race. Fellow Daoist, please don't make a move anymore. Fellow Daoist, you were once Emperor Hua of the demon race. Tai Yi suppressed the anger in his heart and said to Nuwa. Now that the situation between the shaman and the demon race had entered a critical moment, it was not appropriate for the demon race to make enemies. Chasing after the Emperor Star was more important. Otherwise, Tai Yi would have to have a good time with Nuwa. Emperor Hua of the demon race? Now I remember that poor Wei is Emperor Hua of the demon race. But when fellow Daoist attacked the human race, why didn't you care that poor Wei is Emperor Hua of the demon race and let the human race go? At the mention of Emperor Hua, Nuwa was even angrier. The demon race clearly did not take her seriously. For the sake of the demon race, the human race must be destroyed. I hope fellow Daoist can forgive me. Moreover, the demon race did not attack the humans in the ancestral land of the human race. The human race could refine the Wu-killing sword that was specially designed to deal with the shaman race. The demon race would definitely kill them at all costs to refine the divine sword. Of course, they still had to give face to Nuwa. Therefore, the ancestral land of the human race was preserved. It was also because of this that Nuwa could not force the demon race too much. The human race had already left a chance of survival for the human race because of you. What else do you want? If Nuwa fell out with the demon race now, the demon race would not mind exterminating the remaining human race. From now on, poor Wei and the demon race will have nothing to do with each other. After glaring at Tai Yi hatefully, Nuwa turned around and left. This also meant that the last remaining relationship between Nuwa and the demon race had been completely severed. From now on, Nuwa and the demon race would have nothing to do with each other. Where's the Emperor's star? How did it disappear? After persuading Nuwa to leave, the Supreme Saint stopped Tai Yi. But he could not find any trace of the Emperor's star at all. It was as if the Emperor's star had never appeared. There were no traces of him in the boundless starry sky. It was Dao ancestor Hongjun who had made a move. No, it was heavenly Dao Hongjun who had made a move. It had long been said that the innate saint born from the Emperor's star was supreme and noble. He had boundless luck and was a natural celestial emperor. It was fine if such a figure was not born, but once he had life, there was no possibility of him dying. Therefore, heavenly Dao had made a move. He saved Feng Zichen and sent him to the most mysterious place in the boundless starry sky, where the innate cardinal treasure Zhouxing map was located. He let the two be born together. If nothing went wrong, the innate cardinal treasure star map was Feng Zichen's lifelong cardinal treasure. Only the innate cardinal treasure was worthy of the Emperor Star's identity. Sigh. I'm afraid the heavenly Dao has made a move. Otherwise, we would never have been unable to find traces of the Emperor Star. 100 years later, Tai Yi said to Di Jun with an ugly expression. The entire demon race had searched the boundless starry sky several times, but they could not find any trace of the Emperor Star. The heavenly Dao must have hidden him. It doesn't matter. No matter how much he can hide, where can the heavenly Dao hide the Emperor Star? He's still hidden in the boundless starry sky. As the Lord of the Stars, how could the Emperor Star leave the boundless starry sky so easily? Therefore, no matter how he hid, he would not leave the boundless starry sky. Then what do you mean, big brother? Tai Yi seemed to have understood something. Seal it. Set up a huge seal in the entire boundless starry sky. Since the Emperor Star wants to hide, then let him hide forever and never come out. Tai Yi sealing Feng Zichen gave Di Jun a lot of inspiration. That's true. Since the Emperor Star can't be used by us, then we can't let him be used by others. Sealing him so that he can never appear in the world is the best choice at the moment. Tai Yi nodded in agreement. This was the best way at the moment. As soon as he thought of it, Tai Yi immediately stopped his men and began to set up the seal. This seal was much more powerful than the sun god restriction used to seal the human race. After all, this was the seal that was set up with the power of the entire demon race. Di Jun and Shihi activated the power of the two supreme stars, the sun and the moon, as the main body of the seal. Tai Yi, many quasi-saints, and more than 4,000 demon gods were scattered throughout the boundless starry sky to strengthen the seal. The Emperor Star was strong, but the Sun Star and the Moon Star were also supreme stars of the same level as him. The power of the two stars could definitely seal the Emperor Star. The demon race moved together. A terrifying pressure came from the boundless starry sky, shocking the entire primordial world. Many powerful beings felt it and looked at the starry sky, wanting to see what the demon race would do. But they were disappointed. The light of the Sun Star and the Moon Star was too dazzling, covering the entire boundless starry sky. This caused the followers of the great gods to look over. Other than the dazzling light, they could not see anything else. When the light faded, the seal that covered the entire boundless starry sky was completed. However, Di Jun and the others did not leave. Because they still had something very important to do. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, Di Jun wanted to use the power of the entire race to cast a curse. A curse that was specially targeted at the human race. This battle against the human race allowed Di Jun to see the huge potential and deep foundation of the human race. Once this race found an opportunity to grow, they would definitely become a great threat to the demon race. They had to be guarded against. Therefore, they could not give the human race any chance to grow. This time, since they had crippled the human race, they would let them continue to be crippled and completely destroy their hope of rising. Chapter 496. In any case, there was already an irreconcilable blood feud between the demon race and the human race. We, in the name of the demon race, will seal the human race. The first seal will seal their bloodline and sever their chance of becoming a Khanate. With this seal, the human race would no longer have the possibility of becoming a Khanate. From then on, no matter how talented the descendants of the human race were, they would not be able to go against the Khanate Dao body. As Tai's voice fell, an invisible force spread out from the boundless starry sky and spread throughout the entire primordial world. It was also at this time that all the living humans in the primordial world felt that there was an additional shackle in their bloodline, preventing them from transforming into Khanate lifeforms. However, the human race, who were Khanate lifeforms, felt that their Khanate bloodline was constantly degenerating, falling step by step into an acquired bloodline. Panic spread among the human race, but there was nothing they could do. They could only sit and watch all of this happen. After the first seal ended, the demon race did not stop. Instead, they continued to cast the second seal. The Great Seal of the Soul. The first seal sealed the physical body, and the second seal sealed the soul, completely destroying the human race's hope of cultivation. The second seal will seal their soul and sever their path of cultivation. After this seal was cast, the human race intuitively felt that their sea of consciousness was covered by a layer of shadow. It was difficult for them to sense the great Tao and rules between heaven and earth. The third seal will seal their intelligence and sever their path of cultivation. This was truly a plan to destroy the family. Without intelligence, the human race had no hope at all. Their souls were sealed, and they could not sense the heavenly Tao. Their physical bodies were sealed, and they could not absorb the chi of heaven and earth. These were not important. As long as someone with supreme wisdom appeared out of nowhere, they might be able to break the seal set by the demon race. However, without intelligence, what was the difference between the human race and beasts? As this seal was cast, the human race gradually lost their intelligence. Their eyes also lost their liveliness and became blank. Incomparably blank. The fourth seal will seal their history and sever their civilization. Without their history, the human race's heritage would be severed. The glorious human race's civilization would eventually be forgotten by the passage of time. Next, the demon race placed 5 more layers of seals on the human race in one go, for a total of 9 layers of seals. Only then did they stop. After the 9 layers of seals were established, all traces of the human race in the Great Desolate Aeon were completely erased. As for the rest of the human race, they all became muddle-headed. They had no history, no power, no wisdom, no order, and no inheritance. They had completely forgotten the past and lost their civilization. He was like a walking corpse, living in the untainted land. Living the lowest life. Even the weakest ferocious beast would not spare them a second glance, let alone eat them. Because they were Ho-Tian life forms, in the eyes of Xiantian life forms, they were no different from filth. In this way, the human race will no longer be a threat to the demon race. At this point, Emperor Jun Tai-yi and the others finally felt relieved. Only Fushi could not bear it, but he was in no position to criticize. In the future, he would reignite the fire of the human race's civilization and set a new order for the human race. He would also lead the human race to glory. He would be known as the ancestor of humanity, the greatest human emperor. But now, he was Emperor Shi of the demon race, one of the greatest existences of the demon race. He would prioritize the interests of the demon race. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. The human race gradually lost everything under the demon race's seal. But this was only the human race in the Great Desolate Aeon. There was still a portion of the human race that was not affected by the demon race's seal. They were the elites of the human race that were sealed in the human Tao imperial court by the demon race. It was thanks to the sun god restriction that this group of human race was spared. The power of the sun god restriction was too strong. It was so strong that it truly isolated everything. Even the demon race's seal that was specially targeted at the human race was isolated. They could not enter at all. Not to mention it had no effect. The demon race had also trapped themselves in a cocoon. However, this did not mean that the human race that was sealed in the sun god restriction was living very comfortably. On the contrary, they were now facing a huge crisis. There was not enough Khanate Qi. The sun god restriction isolated everything. It was not a joke. It could even isolate the seal that the demon race had set up with the power of the entire race. Then wouldn't it be easy to isolate the Khanate Qi? In fact, the moment the human Dao imperial court was sealed, all its connections with the outside world were completely isolated. Naturally, it was difficult for it to obtain Khanate Qi from the outside world. In other words, the Khanate Qi in the human Dao imperial court would only decrease and not increase. Every point used was 1 point less. Of course, there was also Zichen's Grotto Heaven, the Khanate Star Tree, and the World Tree in the human Dao imperial court. They could produce Khanate Qi endlessly for the human race's daily cultivation needs. But that was all. Zichen's Grotto Heaven was too small, and the Khanate Star Tree had not reached its peak. When the human race's cultivation improved, they would not be able to hold on any longer. As for the World Tree, most of the power it absorbed was used to support the 3,000 upper-class worlds. The rest was barely enough for Feng Zichen. There was no extra power to support the human race at all. Moreover, because of the seal, the human Dao imperial court was a whole of its own. Its connection with the primordial chaos was almost non-existent. This also caused the primordial chaos laws of heaven and earth to be abnormally difficult to sense here. The difficulty of cultivation here was more than 100 times that of the outside world. Every step forward in cultivation was harder than ascending to the heavens. It was difficult to cultivate here. Even if one managed to break through, their combat strength would be far inferior to cultivators of the same level in the primordial chaos. The harsh cultivation environment did not bring about a stronger combat power, but a weaker cultivator. Speaking of which, it made sense. Taiyi had spent so much effort to set up the seal. If it could only trap people, that would be too unreasonable. His goal in setting up the seal was, of course, not to let the human race have an easy time. Being unable to cultivate was one of the reasons. As long as one's realm was not Taiyi Jingxian, cultivation could not be separated from Khanate Qi. If a golden immortal cultivator was not nourished by Khanate Qi for a long time, their strength would grow weaker and weaker until they attracted the 5 decays of heaven and man and died. If a dignified golden immortal, an immortal existence, died in the passage of time, how tragic would that be? Taiyi's scheme was overt. He wanted to use this method to exhaust the human race to death. But Feng Zichen could do nothing about this. If the human race wanted to continue to improve, they needed Khanate Qi and to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. But there was none of these here. No, it was not that there was none. It was just that it could not be done in a short period of time. Because whether it was the World Tree, the Khanate Star Tree, or Zichen's Grotto Heaven, they could not be improved in a short period of time. Sigh, if only Zichen's Grotto Heaven was a great world. After thinking for a long time, Feng Zichen could not think of any way. He could only sigh helplessly. Chapter 497. Before reaching Daoist Jinxian's realm, he could only continue to advance in the great world. It was the safest place for him. Of course, the higher the level of the world, the better the effect of this. Although the Grotto Heaven was a holy land, it was even better than some greater worlds in some aspects. However, it was not a greater world after all. It did not have its own rules or a complete world will. In the end, the Grotto Heaven still relied on the untainted world to exist. Usually, it was nothing. However, once he left the untainted world, there would inevitably be all kinds of restrictions. The greater world was better and freer. The greater world? Thinking of this, Feng Zichen suddenly had an idea in his mind. Yes. If there was a greater world, wouldn't all the problems that the human race was facing now be solved? It didn't matter if there was no greater world. He could totally open one. Pangu could open up the untainted world in the chaos and create the untainted world. Feng Zichen was the successor of Pangu. Even if he was far less powerful than Pangu, with Zichen's grotto heaven as the foundation, he might be able to open up a greater world. In the untainted world, there were only 6 saints who had opened up a greater world in the chaos. This did not mean that only saints had the ability to open up a greater world. Only saints could open up a greater world at the cost of no injuries. In fact, a sage-to-be had the ability to open up a greater world. However, the price to pay was too great. It was very likely that they would have to pay with their own lives. This alone was enough to stop all the sage-to-be in the untainted world. However, Feng Zichen did not care. His physical body was equivalent to the great perfection of sage-to-be. He was completely capable of opening up a greater world. As for whether he would die or not, it did not matter. Anyway, his physical body was trapped here and could not get out. He might as well open up a greater world and leave a place for the human race to settle down. This method seems to be very good. The more he thought about it, the more Feng Zichen felt that this method was feasible. He had so many doppelgangers. He did not care much if one of them died. Moreover, it was a doppelganger that was sealed. Demon race, just as Feng Zichen was thinking, his mind suddenly went into a trance. All kinds of scenes about the human race in the outside world appeared in his mind. The news of the human clan being sealed by the demon clan in the outside world was transmitted to Feng Zichen through a mysterious connection. The anger in Feng Zichen's heart burst out in a flash. He wished he could break Tai's seal right now and fight the demon clan. But he could not break this seal. Even if he achieved the Tao, he might not be able to break it. This was because the sun god forbidden spell was connected to the sun. In theory, as long as the sun was not extinguished, there was no possibility of the seal being broken. The only way to break the seal was to destroy the sun. But obviously, this was impossible. Destroying the sun was as difficult as killing a saint. Furthermore, the power of the seal would continue to strengthen as time passed. The longer it was sealed, the harder it was to break the seal. From this point of view, Feng Zichen had no chance of breaking the seal. He could only stay in the seal forever. This was also Tai's goal. He wanted to seal Feng Zichen forever. But nothing was absolute. Feng Zichen had already thought of a way to break the seal. That was to use the power of the human Tao. After the human clan redefined the human Tao, the power of the human Tao imperial court would be fully released and become the carrier of the human Tao in the world. In this way, with the complete chaos array, the seal could definitely be broken. But whether it was to complete the chaos array or for the human clan to redefine the human Tao, it would be a long time in the future. Therefore, what he had to do first was to solve the problem at hand. Of course, Feng Zichen had a simple way to solve the current problem of the human clan. That was to use the spacetime door and the chaos bead to go to the chaos outside the realm and return to the primordial world from there. It sounded very simple. However, the chaos outside the realm had no 4 directions and no passage of time. Sometimes, one step was hundreds of millions of miles. Sometimes, moving forward for 1,000,000 years was just going in circles. Therefore, this method was not advisable. The demon clan. I can't deal with you now, but I can give you some trouble. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Feng Zichen thought for a moment and thought of a way to deal with the demon clan. That was to strengthen the witch clan. As sworn enemies, the stronger the witch clan was, the more uncomfortable it would be for the demon clan. This was the only thing he could do now. There's no rush. Everything that the human clan has experienced today is a tribulation that they must experience on the path of growth. It is the resource for growth, the motivation to move forward. If the human clan wants to become the main character of the world, how can it be smooth sailing? Even the demon clan was bullied by the witch clan for countless years before they became the overlords of the world. That's why they are today. Their experience is not much better than the human clans. After a while, Feng Zichen comforted himself. After the storm, the rainbow began to appear. In fact, whether it was the sun god restriction or the seal that the demon clan had set on the human clan, it was not a problem for Feng Zichen. The problem was the demon clan. In this world, there was no such thing as an eternal seal. It was probably because the demon clan was too strong that the power of the seal was also extremely strong. If the demon race declined, the power of the seal would naturally decline as well. At that time, there was no need for Feng Zichen to undo the seal for the human clan. As long as they embarked on the path of cultivation again, they would be able to undo the seal themselves. The Tao of God Fiends was divided into 3 realms and 9 levels, which corresponded to the 9 seals in the human clan's body. Each level would break a seal. When the 9 tribulations were completed, the 9 seals would all be undone. The human clan could also use this opportunity to go against the Khanate and become a heaven immortal. Moreover, after Di Jun's death, Feng Zichen had to take control of the sun star no matter what. In this way, the threat of the sun god restriction would be greatly reduced. The danger of the human clan would also disappear. However, all of this was based on the decline of the demon clan. If the demon clan became stronger and stronger, the seal in the human clan would not weaken with the passage of time. Instead, it would become stronger and stronger. Then the human clan would really be finished. Therefore, the demon clan had to be destroyed. Not for the general trend of the heavenly Tao, but for the human clan. Of course, how to deal with the demon clan was the matter of other aliases. What Feng Zichen wanted to do now was to evolve Zichen's grotto heaven into a greater thousand world. Compared to other things, this was the most important. Everyone, after I leave, the human clan will be left to you. In front of Zichen's grotto heaven, Feng Zichen was explaining to the 9 kings of the human clan. With his strength, forcefully opening up a greater thousand world, and a top-level one at that, it was inevitable that he would fall. Therefore, it was better to explain some things clearly in advance to avoid trouble in the future. What's there to be sad about? Daoist Jingxian is immortal. Death is just a long sleep. Just treat it as a lonely sleep. After explaining to the future generations, Feng Zichen could not help but say when he saw the sad expressions on everyone's faces. It was not a complete death. What was there to be sad about? All right, I'm going. After saying that, without waiting for everyone to react, Feng Zichen took a step forward and arrived at the center of Zichen's grotto heaven. Splitting heaven and earth. For Feng Zichen, this was the first time. Speaking of which, this was an opportunity. The process of splitting heaven and earth was to verify his Tao. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, as long as he could survive, there would be endless benefits. In the past, Pangu, Father God, opened up the primordial world in the chaos. In the future, I, Feng Zichen, want to imitate Father God and open up a small primordial world. Feng Zichen tidied his clothes and bowed respectfully in the direction of Mount Buzhou. Then, he took out an axe. That's right, it was Panga's axe. Panga's axe, a supreme-grade innate spirit treasure. The cauldron of heaven and earth had been in Feng Zichen's hands for so many years. How could he resist refining a treasure? But what treasure should he refine? Feng Zichen thought for a long time and finally decided to refine a heaven-splitting treasure. Not the Bell of Chaos, the Taiji diagram, and Panga's banner, but Panga's axe and the Green Lotus of Creation. These 2 chaos treasures were the real heaven-splitting treasures. It had to be said that Feng Zichen had reached the peak of counterfeiting. He took 9 fragments of Panga's axe from the Witch clan's treasury and refined a replica of Panga's axe with the chaos divine gold he found in the chaos outside the realm. Because of the fusion of the fragments of Panga's axe, this treasure was a supreme-grade innate spirit treasure when it was born. After that, he asked for the lotus seed of the Green Lotus of Creation from Xianqing. In addition to the fragments of the Green Lotus of Creation that he had collected for many years, he successfully refined the replica of the Green Lotus of Creation. It was also a supreme-grade innate spirit treasure. But unfortunately, a fake was a fake. This replica of the Green Lotus of Creation was just a dead object. It was not like the real green lotus of creation, which was both an innate spirit treasure and an innate spirit root. However, it was just like that. Feng Zichen was also very satisfied. Stepping on the green lotus of creation, holding the heaven-splitting divine axe, and Pangu's Tao body, how awe-inspiring was that? It was a living Pangu. I didn't expect that the magic treasure that I refined to satisfy my bad taste back then would really come in handy today. Under Feng Zichen's feet, the green lotus of creation automatically appeared. His current situation was very similar to Pangu's. They had the same Tao body and the same magic treasure. What they lacked was cultivation. No wonder he wanted to name the world he opened as the small primordial world. Break. Feng Zichen waved Pangu's axe and split Zichen's grotto heaven into pieces. Rumble. After a loud bang, Zichen's grotto heaven completely turned into a cloud of chaos aura. And Feng Zichen stood in the chaos. The sky was about to be split open. Silently visualizing the scene of Pangu opening the sky in his heart, Feng Zichen raised the Pangu's axe in his hand and was about to split open the chaos. But suddenly, he stopped. When Pangu opened the sky, 3,000 demons had come to stop him. Now, it was Feng Zichen's turn to open the sky, but there was nothing. He felt a little awkward for a moment. At this moment, he was simply little Pangu. He wanted to do the magnificent feat of opening the sky and splitting the earth. If there were no 3,000 demons to stop him, wouldn't it be a great pity? Therefore, he stopped to make up for this flaw. Feng Zichen was not weaker than anyone in his life. Since he wanted to open the sky, there must be demons to stop him. With a thought, Feng Zichen took out 3,000 chaos jade stones. On them, there was the mark of the chaos demon god that he had imprinted when he was bored. Originally, he had planned to give these things to others so that he could form good karma with others. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was not right. This was simply courting death. There was a saying that one should not reveal one's wealth. If he gave away the mark of the chaos demon god casually, wouldn't it be obvious that he had the inheritance of the chaos demon god? Chapter 498. At that time, a large group of great mediums who coveted the inheritance of the chaos fiend god would try their best to plot against him. He couldn't do that. It was too dangerous. Therefore, Feng Zichen put away the mark of the chaos fiend god that he was going to give away. Who would have thought that the creation of heaven and earth would be used today? Go! Feng Zichen waved his sleeve and threw out 3,000 chaos jade stones. Suddenly, the 3,000 jade stones turned into 3,000 phantoms of the chaos fiend god, standing in the chaos. That's more like it. Looking at the phantoms of the chaos fiend god around him, Feng Zichen nodded with satisfaction. Since he wanted to imitate it, he had to make it real. It would be best if he could recreate the scene when Pangu created the world. Open. Feng Zichen's body shook, and a huge Pangu appeared. He raised the Pangu axe in his hand and slashed at the chaos in front of him. With a crack, a huge crack appeared in the chaos, and a clear and turbid air was born. Kill. The phantoms of the chaos fiend god around him rushed towards Feng Zichen after seeing his action. Pangu's Zichen clan brandished their axes to meet them. A battle to split open the sky broke out just like that. It was like the scene when Pangu created the sky in the past. The phantoms of the chaos fiend god were cut down by Feng Zichen's axe. With the swing of the sky-splitting axe, the crack in the chaos became bigger and bigger. More and more innate turbid air was born, and a vast world gradually took shape. The clear air rose and formed the sky. The turbid air fell and formed the earth. The phantoms of the fallen chaos fiend god turned into the world and became the resources for the evolution of the world. Feng Zichen slashed 49 times in one breath, and only then did he kill all the phantoms of the chaos fiend god. The chaos was also completely split open by him, and the small primitive world gradually took shape. But at this time, Pangu's axe also began to collapse because it couldn't bear the power of splitting open the sky. His axe turned into a bell of chaos. The axe blade transformed into a taiji diagram, while the axe blade transformed into the Pangu banner. These three treasures were all superior-grade Khanate spirit treasures. At the same time, the chaotic green lotus was also shattered into pieces by the attacks of the 3,000 demonic gods. His lotus leaves turned into a 5-colored flag. Because of the blood of the chaos fiend god, the lotus stem turned into a blood-red spear. The green lotus transformed into a 9th-grade green lotus of creation. These three items were also superior-grade Khanate numinous treasures. Rumble. Chaotic energy surged, the earth, fire, water, and wind were in chaos, and the world seemed to be about to return to chaos. Suppress. Seeing this, Feng Zichen hurriedly took out those Khanate spiritual treasures and continued to split heaven and earth. Clang clang clang, the chaos bell clanged and suppressed the chaotic chi of earth, fire, water, and wind. Pangu's banner continued to unleash chaos sword chi, destroying the surging chaos chi. The taiji diagram transformed into a golden bridge that spanned between heaven and earth, suppressing heaven and earth. The innate Wuxian banners then split into 5 and landed in the 5 directions of heaven and earth, stabilizing the 5 directions and 5 elements. Khanate spiritual treasures exploded one after another, and the miniature flood world gradually stabilized. Rumble. However, before Feng Zichen could rejoice for long, the surrounding chaos chi suddenly pressed down. The miniature flood world couldn't withstand the power of the chaos. The sky sank and the earth rose. Heaven and earth seemed to be closing. I still can't avoid this calamity. Seeing this, Feng Zichen smiled faintly. His body suddenly expanded, and his head was the blue sky. His feet stepped on the earth, and his body was a pillar that supported heaven and earth. Since then, the sky rose by 10 feet every day, and the earth thickened by 10 feet every day. During this period, Feng Zichen's body was also changing. One moment, he had a dragon head and a human body, the next, he had 3 heads and 6 arms, and the next, he had a dragon god and a snake tail. There were a total of 36 transformations. These were all Khanate Dao bodies. In the past, when Pangu opened the sky, there were 9 transformations in a day, and he was a god in the sky and a saint in the earth. These changes lasted for a total of 9 days, and 81 Khanate Dao images were born. These 81 Dao images were all the Khanate Dao bodies in the primordial world. The main body of a Khanate god fiend was born with this as a model. Feng Zichen's strength was, of course, far inferior to Pangu's. Therefore, he couldn't produce 81 types of Khanate Dao bodies. He could only produce 36 types. In the future, if Khanate lifeforms were born in the miniature flood world, they wouldn't be able to escape the range of these 36 types of Khanate Dao bodies. Thus, 10,000 years later, the world was stabilizing day by day, and there were no signs of closing. Feng Zichen also collapsed. The moment he collapsed, his body underwent a miraculous change. Just like Pangu's father, his body gradually melted and turned into all things. The sky was primordial, and sprouts began to sprout. Thus, heaven and earth were separated, and heaven and earth were established. They opened yin and sensed yang, and they distributed essence energy. The primordial Pangu, the dying incarnation, his left eye was the sun, and his right eye was the moon. His limbs and 5 bodies were the 4 poles and 5 mountains. His blood was the rivers, his meridians were the ground, his muscles were the soil, his hair was the stars, his fur was the grass, his teeth were the gold and stone, his essence was the pearls and jade, his sweat was the rain, and the insects in his body were affected by the wind. His spine stood between heaven and earth, turning into the majestic Mount Buzhou. His acupuncture points fused with the Khanate turbid chi, turning into grotto heavens and blessed lands. The god contained in them gradually rose and fused with the Khanate clear chi, forming the main star of the primordial world. A person's body was like heaven and earth. There was the rise and fall of yin and yang, the appearance of black rabbits, the flow of tides, the bright and dark of the wind and rain, the flashing of thunder and lightning, the puffing of clouds, the flowing of mountains and rivers, the flourishing and withering of plants, the silent movements, the opening and closing of the changes. All of them were similar to the sky. Feng Zichen's changes were in line with this principle. This was also the greatness of the Daoist body. The body was heaven and earth. At the moment when Feng Zichen's physical body completely melted, he only felt that his connate true spirit was empty, and there were endless Daoist understandings lingering in his heart. The questions that puzzled him in the past suddenly became clear at this time. This caused his realm to have a tendency to rise. In a trance, Feng Zichen seemed to have broken away from everything and returned to the Ziwei star to carry out a deep level of enlightenment. Feng Zichen's Daoist body transformed into heaven and earth, and the small primordial world was completely formed. It was very similar to the primordial world, but countless times smaller. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a throbbing sound from heaven and earth, and mysterious tracks appeared one after another. There were a total of 49 tracks, like the marks of the great Tao, boundless and mysterious. Those were the marks of the sky-splitting axe. As soon as these marks appeared, they gathered together and merged with the origin of heaven and earth, gradually evolving into a jade plate. The heavenly Tao jade plate, also known as the good fortune jade plate, was the most precious treasure of heaven and earth, representing the heavenly Tao. With it, one could control the world. Bang! Inexplicably, a supreme force appeared and shattered the heavenly Tao jade plate. The backlash of chaos. Chaos opened and heaven and earth were born. How could chaos not have resentment? This attack was the revenge of chaos. It was originally to take revenge on the small primordial world, but it was unexpectedly blocked by the heavenly Tao jade plate. It was not unexpected. The heavenly Tao jade plate should have such a tribulation. Chapter 499. Think about it, the heavenly Tao jade disc was a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. Obtaining it would allow one to control this world. How could the heavenly Tao allow it to exist in this world? It would definitely destroy it. The lesser desolate realm was like that, and so was the primordial world. Rumble. Purple gas appeared in the sky, curling up like smoke. It was magnificent. After that, a majestic power appeared, vast and ethereal. That was the Great Tao. It had descended. Originally, Feng Zichen's creation of the lesser desolate realm would not attract the attention of the Great Tao. However, it was all thanks to the chaos bead. Feng Zichen was worried that there would not be enough chaos energy to allow him to perfectly create the lesser desolate realm. When the world was created, he used the power of the chaos bead to open a passage that led directly to the primordial world. Yes. That's right. Feng Zichen created the lesser desolate realm in the middle of the passage. This also allowed the creation of the lesser desolate realm to combine the power of the primordial world and the primordial world. In addition, Feng Zichen was a chaos creature. It could be said that the lesser desolate realm was a boundless world that belonged to the primordial world. The boundless world that the chaos creatures created in the primordial world naturally belonged to the primordial world. But forget it. The main body of the lesser desolate realm was still the top grotto heaven of the primordial world, Zichen's grotto heaven. Moreover, it had an inseparable relationship with Pangu. Now, it was located in the void of the primordial world and was protected by the primordial world. This also caused it to be controlled by the primordial world. All these reasons combined made the lesser desolate realm a great world that was attached to the primordial world. Although it was controlled by the primordial world, it had great autonomy compared to the other boundless worlds. To be precise, the primordial world's heavenly Tao could not interfere with the development of this world. Of course, this was not important. What was important was that the creation of a world in the primordial world was a matter of great merit to the Great Tao. Of course, the Great Tao had to bestow merit. Although it could not compare to the merit that Pangu obtained when he opened the heavens, it was still quite a lot. After all, that was merit bestowed by the Grand Tao, and it was natural merit that could only be chanced upon by luck. It was extremely precious, and it wasn't inferior to a precious treasure. Even if it was just a tiny bit, it would still be very beneficial. Rumble. A purple lustrous brilliance appeared, like a purple cloud, dazzling one's mind. Purple was the color of innate merit. The golden one was the mysterious yellow merit. The connate merit fell and split into two. The small one, which was about 20% of its original size, dissipated into wisps of smoke and fused with the new heaven and earth to strengthen the origin of heaven and earth. About 80% of the ball of light passed through the layers of space and arrived on the North Star, where it fell into Feng Zichen's body. Feng Zichen was not dead. Of course, this innate merit would fall on him, and not all of it would be integrated into the world. This time, Feng Zichen had profited greatly. The innate merit was 1% of the merit of creation. Regardless of whether it was used to refine weapons or increase one's luck, it was extremely useful. After the great Tao bestowed merit, it slowly retreated. But it was not over yet. After the great Tao left, the primordial heavenly Tao descended. After all, the little desolate world was his subsidiary world. How could he ignore it? Golden light filled the world, and boundless mysterious yellow merit gathered. However, Feng Zichen did not care much about these mysterious yellow merit. He did not put them away, but let them fuse into the new little desolate world. Boom! After a loud bang, 70% of the mysterious yellow merit chi fused into the little desolate world, and 30% of the merit fused into the three heaven-splitting spiritual treasures. Unfortunately, the quality of these three heaven-splitting spiritual treasures was too poor. Even with the blessing of merit, they were not promoted to supreme grade innate merit. Instead, they became superior grade innate merit spiritual treasures. At this point, Feng Zichen's heaven-splitting process ended. As for the birth of an innate god fiend, that was impossible. Feng Zichen did not have the cultivation of Pangu. His body was limitless. Even if his body turned into heaven and earth, he could still give birth to an innate god fiend. In order to create the little desolate world, he had squeezed out the potential of his body. Not to mention an innate god fiend, even an innate life form would need a long time to be born. Is this the place that His Majesty prepared for us? Looking at the little desolate world, the human experts were shocked. This world was too similar to the primordial world. Except for being far less powerful than the primordial world, the rest was carved from the same mold. There was Mount Buzhou in the primordial world, and there was also one here. There was a boundless starry sky in the primordial world. Zhouxing, there was also one here. The human experts even saw the shadows of the heaven realm and the nether realm. This was simply another primordial world. Of course, no matter how well Feng Zichen imitated it, it was impossible for him to completely replicate the primordial world. There was still a big difference in the fine lines. But the human experts were too weak. Even if there was a difference, they could not see it. Rumble. The connate star tree appeared, took root in the boundless starry sky, and grew together with it. In the blink of an eye, the little desolate world became much more stable, and there was more spiritual opportunity. The weak period of the early stage of opening heaven passed just like that. A supreme grade connate spirit root was so extraordinary. In essence, the connate star tree was not inferior to the little desolate world. If the connate star tree took root in the little desolate world, the two could grow together, and their safety would be greatly increased. With the human race living here, Feng Zichen could rest assured. Everyone, follow us into the little desolate world. When the changes in the little desolate world stopped, the 9 kings led the remaining humans into the little desolate world. A new world often contained great opportunities. Once the human race entered, they would welcome a period of rapid development. Moreover, when Feng Zichen was splitting open the sky and earth, the masters of the human tribe were watching from the sidelines. Witnessing the process of splitting open the sky with their own eyes would bring them great benefits. Tai Jingxian would definitely be able to improve his cultivation by a small step after seeing it. Cultivators who were half a step away from the Daoist Jingxian realm might be able to find a chance to attain the Dao from it. And the 9 kings would obtain the greatest benefits. Perhaps it would not be long before they could become the real Daoist Jingxian. In short, the higher one's cultivation level, the greater the benefits from this creation of heaven and earth. Phew, in that case, I can rest assured. In the depths of the void, Feng Zichen left a divine will behind. After seeing the human race enter the little desolate world, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Then, he continued to lurk and silently watched the little desolate world. To Feng Zichen, the little desolate world was not as simple as a habitat that he created for the human race. It also had a greater significance. That was to help him understand the primordial world. The operation of the little desolate world was extremely similar to the operation of the primordial world. Although it lacked many mysteries, one could understand the whole body by looking at a feather. From the similarities, it was enough for Feng Zichen to deduce some mysteries about the primordial world. For example, how did the primordial world absorb the chaos aura from the chaos outside the realm, and how did it transform it into the Khanate aura? For example, how many changes did Zhouxing have? What kind of effect did they play when the primordial world transformed the chaos aura? Also, how did the great cycle of heaven and earth work? Feng Zichen wanted to know about all of these. Knowing these, whether it was comprehending the laws of heaven and earth or deducing divine abilities and array formations, it would have immeasurable benefits. Moreover, these were all resources for achieving the Tao. How could Feng Zichen give up so easily? Outside the sun god restriction, the 12 ancestral shamans gathered together. 1,000 years after the war between humans and demons, the 11 ancestral shamans finally came out of seclusion. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Today, they came here to try and see if they could break the sun god restriction and save Feng Zichen. The ancestral shamans did not care much about the death of humans. But they cared a lot about Feng Zichen. Sigh. This seal is so powerful. The 12 ancestral shamans tried for a long time outside, but they could not do anything to the seal. It was probably because they found that if they wanted to break the seal here, they had to cut off the connection between this place and the sun star. It was not difficult to cut off the star power. The difficult part was how to bypass the demons and cut off the star power. The only way now is to defeat the demons and take the sun star to save the shamans. Candle Dragon thought for a moment and came up with an idea. Yes. This method works. The demons bullied the shamans of our race while we were in seclusion. They really deserve to die. When 13 cultivates to the Sage-to-Be realm, we will completely remove the demons from the primordial world. Zhurong was the most angry and said directly. The 13 ancestral shamans were just born, and their cultivation was only at the realm of Daoist Jingxian. They were still too weak. Only when they reached the Sage-to-Be realm could they join forces with the other ancestral shamans to set up the 12 divine beings killing formation. Oh! As the descendants of Pangu, the shamans were blessed by the heavens, and the restrictions of the heavenly Tao were useless to them. Even if they did not go through the tribulation, they could still cultivate to the Sage-to-Be realm. Moreover, the shamans walked the path of using strength to prove their Tao, so they would not be restricted by the heavenly Tao. At this moment, the demons were not idle either. They were refining the Wu-killing sword. They were waiting for the sword to be refined so that they could kill the shamans. The final battle between the shamans and the demons was not far away. When the 13 ancestral shamans became Sage-to-Be, or when the demons refined the Wu-killing sword, it would explode. Of course, with the temperament of the heavenly Tao, it was very likely that both would be completed at the same time. Whoosh! Suddenly, a rain of blood fell in the primordial world. The great Tao was wailing. Heaven and earth were filled with sadness. It was as if they were sad about the fall of a great being. The great Taoist priests, Pangu and the Zichen clan had fallen. This was the news that the great divines had obtained from the sorrowful intent. How can this be? At this moment, everyone was shocked. Even the demons were no exception. How could Feng Zichen have fallen all of a sudden? A conspiracy, an absolute conspiracy. All the great divine beings knew that although the demon clan's seal was powerful, it could only trap Feng Zichen. It was impossible to kill him. However, he had fallen at this moment. There was definitely something wrong with this. They just did not know what the great Taoist priests was planning. Humph. No matter what kind of scheme you have, it's useless if you can't get out of the sun god restriction. After the initial shock, Tai Yi calmed down. The sun god restriction was extremely powerful. Even if Feng Zichen was resurrected, as long as the seal was not broken, he would not be able to escape. He would be resurrected wherever he died. What was the use of any scheme if he could not get out? Although he thought so, in Tai Yi's heart, he still vaguely felt that something was wrong. However, the final battle between the liches and demons was about to arrive, and he did not have the extra energy to deal with this matter. He could only hide it in his heart and make plans another day. What's going on? Looking at the sun god restriction, the ancestral shaman had an inexplicable expression. Sister, where's fellow Daoist Fengdu? Suddenly, Jianghu asked Hudu. Fengdu was the incarnation of Feng Zichen. Both Hudu and Jianghu knew about this. Therefore, if they wanted to know what had happened to Feng Zichen, they should ask him. Chapter 500. I don't know either. Why don't we go to the netherworld and ask him face to face? After thinking for a while, Hutu replied. Ever since the demons attacked the humans, Fengdu had become mysterious, as if it was planning something. However, Hutu was not very clear about what it was doing. That's true. As he spoke, he ignored the puzzled gazes of the other ancestral magi and walked towards the netherworld with Hutu. What's going on? Aren't we going to save the magi? Why are we suddenly going to the netherworld? Although the ancestral magi were puzzled, they could not stay here since Jianghu and Huda had left. They hurriedly chased after them. On the other hand, the candle dragon's eyes lit up as if he had guessed something. However, he did not say anything and acted as if nothing had happened. He followed the other ancestral magi to the netherworld. Netherworld. Fengdu. Ghost Emperor Palace. With the end of the war between humans and demons, the originally quiet Ghost Emperor Palace suddenly erupted with fluctuations. Innate true spirit fragments were pulled over by an inexplicable force and floated in the Ghost Emperor Palace. These broken innate true spirits were all human experts who had died in battle. They were brought over by the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu with his great divine ability. They were all heroes of the human race. How could Feng Zichen let them die? Of course, he had to save them. The Ghost Emperor of Fengdu was one of the supreme rulers of the netherworld. He controlled the power of the wheel of life and death. As for the path of reincarnation, Feng Zichen also had a deep understanding of it. In terms of strength, he was one of the best in the primordial world. Moreover, before the 6 paths of reincarnation were established, Feng Zichen had once helped the reincarnation disc to increase his authority, allowing his power to spread throughout the 3,000 upper-class worlds. In return, Feng Zichen unexpectedly obtained a portion of the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Although this bit of power was far from being comparable to Hudu, it was enough for him to mobilize the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Gather. With a thought, Feng Zichen used his great divine ability to draw the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Instantly, the power of reincarnation surged out and reformed the shattered connate true spirits of the humans. The Tao of reincarnation contained a myriad of things. It was a huge cycle that contained time and space, the cycle of life and death, the cycle of success and failure, destruction and rebirth. Everything in the world was within it. The power of reincarnation was so great. It was the strongest power under the great Tao. Transcending him, there was no beginning and no end. This was the great Tao, and this was eternity. There was no beginning, no end. Eternity was the achievement of the great Tao. With such a mighty power, regrowing the innate true spirit was a piece of cake. Very good. Looking at the complete innate true spirits in front of him, Feng Zichen smiled in satisfaction. But it was a pity. Feng Zichen's understanding of the path of reincarnation had clearly not reached the peak. Although the innate true spirits of these human experts had reformed, their intelligence had yet to recover. They were all in a daze. This was already quite good. After the innate true spirit was reunited, after the cycle of reincarnation, he would still be himself and would not become another living being. If he could reap the fruit, he might be able to regain his original self. Open. At Feng Zichen's command, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc quietly rotated. A mighty power descended and opened up a huge reincarnation passage in the Ghost Emperor Palace. Rumble. The illusory image of the 3,000 worlds appeared, looming at the end of the reincarnation passage. Yes, this reincarnation passage did not lead to the primitive world, but to the 3,000 worlds. The reason why the 6 paths of reincarnation disc could control the reincarnation of the 3,000 worlds was entirely because of Feng Zichen. Therefore, the reincarnation authority that he controlled corresponded to this part of the 3,000 worlds. In other words, in this era where the 3,000 worlds were isolated from the primitive world, Feng Zichen could let some living beings reincarnate into the 3,000 worlds through the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Of course, he could only let the unconscious true spirits go over. He could not do anything else. Go. Whether you can return in the future depends on your own fortune. After a moment of silence, Feng Zichen first took out some of the black-yellow merits that he had accumulated and injected them into the bodies of the innate true spirits. Then, he waved his hand and sent them into the reincarnation passage. This was all that Feng Zichen could do for them. With the protection of these merits, they could avoid many hardships in the future. It was not that he did not want to reincarnate these people in the primitive world, but the primitive world was too dangerous now. The decisive battle between liches and demons would break out at any time, and the whole primitive world would be affected. Heaven and earth were in danger of being destroyed, and the world was in danger of being destroyed. At that time, even the Tai Jingxian would not be able to protect themselves. If these human masters reincarnated into the primitive world, wouldn't they be courting death? Therefore, it was better to leave. Whoosh! After taking away those innate true spirits, the reincarnation power slowly retreated, and the Ghost Emperor Palace returned to peace. But this change was not over yet. Wisps of purple-black murderous aura suddenly rose from Feng Zichen's body, making him look abnormally demonic. The aura on his body also underwent a huge change when this wisp of purple-black murderous aura appeared. From the previous majestic and domineering, it became tyrannical and fierce. It was like a demon god. That purple-black murderous aura was the strongest chaotic murderous aura in the world, the heavenly divine murderous aura. It was also one of Feng Zichen's trump cards. Even if the Daoist Jingxian touched it, he would be entangled with the murderous aura and die. It was extremely ruthless. It was precisely because of this that he had never appeared in the world since he was refined. This supernatural power was too harmful to the harmony of heaven and earth. It was even more demonic than the demonic path. As a righteous figure, how could Feng Zichen use it? It was not that he did not want to use it, but he had improved too quickly. Originally, the heavenly divine murderous aura could make him invincible in the realm of the Daoist. However, after he became the Daoist Jingxian, he became invincible. There was no need for the heavenly divine murderous aura. His strength had improved too quickly, so much so that the level of his supernatural power could not keep up. This led to the fact that those of low realms could be destroyed with a flick of his finger. There was no need for the heavenly divine murderous aura. Those of high realms could not be dealt with by the heavenly divine murderous aura. Thus, Feng Zichen did not use it. He would keep it for future attacks. However, in order to increase the strength of the wizard tribe, he would use this supreme supernatural power today. Rumble. More and more heavenly divine murderous aura surged out of Feng Zichen's body, gradually forming a long river of murderous aura. It was vast and mighty, stirring the surrounding void into pieces. Even the Ghost Emperor Palace was affected. Under the erosion of the heavenly divine murderous aura, it was silently destroyed. However, Feng Zichen did not care at all. At this moment, he was visualizing the 12 ancestors of the wizard tribe in his heart with all his might, visualizing their charm, details, structure, one by one. Whoosh! Suddenly, the long river of murderous aura boiled as if something was about to walk out of it. Chapter 501. Roar. In the depths of the river of evil aura, 12 enormous phantoms of demonic gods appeared. They seemed to have crossed the endless time and space, breaking the barrier between illusion and reality. Gradually, they turned from illusion to reality and walked out from the depths of the river of evil aura. The 12 ancestors of sorcerers. These 12 gigantic demons looked exactly the same as the 12 ancestors of sorcerers. They were visualized by Feng Zichen. Buzz buzz buzz, looking at the 12 ancestors of sorcerers in front of him, Feng Zichen took out a drop of purple blood. In an instant, heaven and earth trembled and throbbed inexplicably, as if they were excited. Even the shadows of the 12 ancestors of sorcerers, who had no intelligence, seemed to have some fluctuations when the drop of purple blood appeared. To be precise, the drop of purple blood was not blood, but a spinal cord. Pangu's spinal cord. It was born in Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou was formed by Pangu's spinal cord. Naturally, there was Pangu's remaining spinal cord in it. However, the Pangu's spinal cord was not found by Feng Zichen, but was given to him by the sorcerer tribe. Countless years ago, the 12 ancestors of sorcerers worshipped Pangu under Mount Buzhou and announced the establishment of the sorcerer tribe. Somehow, Pangu's remaining will sensed it and took some Pangu's spinal cord from the depths of Mount Buzhou and gave it to the sorcerer tribe. It was also because of this that the sorcerer tribe could suppress all the tribes in the untainted land and become the strongest tribe in the world. Although the blood marrow was not as precious as the blood essence, the power it contained was far more than Pangu's blood. The sorcerer tribe had refined Pangu's spinal cord. It was difficult for them not to be powerful. Who in the untainted land could be compared to them? The Pangu's spinal cord that Feng Zichen had was collected by the ancestors of sorcerers at that time. He wanted to go to Mount Buzhou to look for it, but he did not have the fate to do so. He could not find it at all. In the past, when the sorcerer tribe obtained Pangu's spinal cord from Mount Buzhou, it attracted a large group of great divine abilities to search for it. Unfortunately, although they did find a few connate spiritual treasures, they did not find anything in Pangu's spinal cord. Therefore, everyone thought that Pangu's spinal cord had been given to the shaman tribe by Pangu. To be honest, with his identity as a magus, the Magi had given Feng Zichen many good things. This was full of friendship. Regardless of how the sorcerer tribe treated the human tribe, they treated Feng Zichen well. Come. Feng Zichen stretched out his hand and hooked, capturing the 12 ancestors of sorcery that he had visualized and fusing them into the spinal cord of the Pangu before him. The 12 ancestors of sorcery were formed from Pangu's blood and essence. They came from the same source as Pangu's spinal cord. Naturally, there was no barrier between them and they quickly became one. Great Way Furnace. After that, Feng Zichen used the Great Way Furnace and took away Pangu's spinal cord. He used the method of refining weapons and started to refine it. During this process, Feng Zichen even released the Pangu's mark on his body and verified it with Pangu's spinal cord. Even the Hongmeng Daozhong, which did not appear during the Great War between the human tribe and the demon tribe, was taken out by Feng Zichen and constantly released the Hongmeng's qi. Feng Zichen was refining weapons. It was a legendary magic treasure, the 12 Capital Divine Banner. This was the treasure that the sorcerer tribe had refined after the 12 ancestors of sorcery had fallen in Feng Zichen's previous life. The 12 Capital Divine Banner was the formation flag of the 12 Capital Divine Wraith Formation. With it, even without the 12 ancestors of sorcery, the sorcerer tribe could still set up the 12 Capital Divine Wraith Formation. Of course, this treasure had another function, which was to gather the connate true spirits that the 12 ancestors of sorcery had scattered between heaven and earth to help them resurrect. Of course, that was in his previous life. Now that the 12 Capital Divine Banner had been refined by Feng Zichen, its function was, of course, enhanced. The most important function of this treasure was to enhance the power of the 12 Capital Divine Wraith Formation. Boom! After 1,000 years, the Great Way Furnace suddenly exploded, and a monstrous evil spirit gushed out, completely destroying the already damaged Ghost Emperor Palace. However, Feng Zichen did not care about all of this. His mind was focused on the center of the evil spirit. There was a purple-black flag, about 3 feet and 6 inches in size. The flag's edge was covered with mysterious lines, and in the center was the figure of a stalwart man. It was the great Taoist priest Pangu. This treasure was the Pangu's heavenly banner. Boom! As soon as the heavenly banner appeared, before it could display its power, it shattered and turned into 12 small flags. On each flag, the figures of the 12 ancestors of sorcery were imprinted. This was the 12 ancestors of sorcery's heavenly banner. What is this? Jianghu looked at the heavenly banner in his hand and asked curiously. Behind him, the other 11 ancestors of sorcery each had a heavenly banner in their hands. When the 12 ancestors of sorcery's heavenly banner was born, something coincidental happened, and the 12 ancestors of sorcery just happened to arrive. As a result, the 12 heavenly banners sensed the aura of the same origin and flew directly to the 12 ancestors of sorcery. This is the heavenly banner. It's a magic treasure that I specially refined for the ancestors of sorcery. At this time, Feng Zichen walked over and said with a smile. The 12 ancestors of sorcery had dominated the untainted land for many years and relied on their physical bodies to conquer the world. They did not have any suitable weapons, so Feng Zichen refined the 12 heavenly banners to make weapons for them. Weapons? This treasure is very good. I like it very much. Jerome said casually as he waved the heavenly banner in his hand. The other ancestors of sorcery did the same. Speaking of which, the 12 heavenly divine banner was not of a high level. It was barely at the Khanate level and was not even a Khanate numinous treasure. It was the lowest level of Khanate Dharma treasure. Even the Daoist Jingxian would not use a magic weapon of this level, let alone an existence like the ancestor of sorcerer. It was too embarrassing. Only Tai Jingxian cultivators would use innate magic treasures. However, the 12 heavenly divine banners were different. First of all, they were of the same origin as the 12 ancestors of sorcery and were equivalent to a part of the ancestors of sorcery. For this reason, even though the level of the 12 heavenly divine banner was very low, the ancestral sorcerer was very fond of it. Secondly, Feng Zichen had used Pangu's spinal cord and Hongmeng's qi as the main materials to create the 12 divine banners. They had unlimited possibilities. If the 12 ancestors of sorcerers used their own blood and great Tao to baptize the 12 capital divine banner day and night, in that case, the level of the 12 heavenly divine banners would gradually increase, and it would not be impossible for it to become a primordial treasure. Even if they perished, they could rely on the capital heaven divine banner to gather their innate true spirits and return. This point, when the 12 ancestors of sorcery first obtained the capital heaven divine banner, they naturally knew about it. Therefore, the ancestors of sorcery liked the capital heaven divine banner so much. Thank you, fellow Daoist. After accepting the capital heaven divine banner, the 12 ancestors of sorcery thanked Feng Zichen. Fellow Daoist, what do you think about the fall of the human emperor? After the greetings, Jianghu began to talk about serious matters. The human emperor is the great Taoist priests. He is destined to become the primordial Daoist Jingxian. As long as the primordial world is not destroyed, he will not truly die. He must have some plans for his sudden fall. We'll just wait and see. If he needs help, he will naturally contact you. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen said. His meaning was very simple. The sorcerer tribe did not have to worry about this matter. That's true. Jianghu nodded, obviously understanding Feng Zichen's meaning. Then we'll take our leave. Since his goal had been achieved, Jianghu did not intend to stay here. After saying goodbye, he left with the other ancestors of sorcery. The final battle between the liches and demons was imminent. The sorcerer tribe still had a lot of things waiting for him to deal with. If it were not for Feng Zichen, he would not have left the sorcerer tribe at all. In the blink of an eye, the world had changed. At this time, 10,000 years had passed since the great battle between humans and demons. On this day, a powerful aura suddenly rose from the direction of the sorcerer tribe, shaking the long river of time and space. The 13 ancestors of sorcerer tribe had finally entered the Sage-to-be realm. At the same time, the demon tribe was also jubilant. After 10,000 years, the witch-killing sword was finally refined. Children, follow me to attack the heavenly court and slaughter the demon tribe. Under Jianghu's order, the sorcerer tribe army set off and charged towards the heaven realm. On the other side, the demon tribe was not to be outdone. The sorcerer tribe is tyrannical and does not respect the heavenly Tao. It is the great evil of the primordial world. Today, the demon tribe, in accordance with the will of heaven, destroy the sorcerer tribe and eliminate evil for the primordial world. The final battle between the liches and demons had begun. Countless powerful figures were shocked and hurriedly closed their doors for fear of being involved. The 12 ancestors of sorcerer tribe did not wait for the sorcerer tribe army to arrive and directly charged into the boundless starry sky. Little bird. Your grandpa Zhu Rong is here. Come out and die. Zhu Rong shouted as soon as he arrived at the boundless starry sky. Bastard. Damn it. Hearing that, Di Jun and Tai Kunpeng's faces darkened. Little bird, who are you scolding? Zhu Rong, don't try to win a battle of words. Today, I will let you take the 12 ancestors of sorcerer tribe. Everyone, set up the formation. Heavenly cycle stars formation, rise. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavenly cycle demons took their positions. Zhouxing rotated together and a huge star was formed, covering the 12 ancestors of sorcerer tribe. One of the top 3 formations in the untainted land, the heavenly cycle stars formation. Haha. Let's set up the formation too. 12 capital God banner formation, rise. With a loud laugh, the 12 ancestors of sorcerer tribe formed a Dao seal and merged into one, turning into a majestic giant. Pangu's physical body. A majestic aura was emitted from his body, causing heaven and earth to tremble and create an incomparable phenomenon. However, compared to the previous time when Pangu's physical body appeared, this time, the commotion caused by Pangu's physical body was much smaller. Obviously, his strength was not as strong as before. Although Huda was not around, it was partly because of this. But most importantly, it was because when the reincarnation was opened, Pangu's remaining strength was all used up. As a result, Pangu's physical body could not absorb the power that Pangu had scattered in the untainted land. Therefore, Pangu's physical body was not as strong as before. Good. Without Hudu, the power of the 12 capital God Wraith formation is indeed much weaker. Sensing the aura emitted by Pangu's physical body, the demon tribe was excited. Pangu's physical body was really weak. Previously, in front of Pangu's physical body, Dongwang Tai did not dare to take out the Bell of Chaos for fear that it would be snatched away. But now, there was nothing to worry about. Clang. With that thought in mind, Tai took out the Bell of Chaos and smashed it at Pangu's physical body. Although the ancestral sorcerer punched the Bell of Chaos back, a blood-red mark clearly appeared on Pangu's fist. Haha. Sorcerer tribe, you have no skills. Seeing this scene, the demon tribe was even more excited. Humph. Connate cardinal treasure? Our sorcerer tribe has one too. With a cold snort, the 12 ancestors of sorcerer took out the geomancy map of the primordial land. Immediately, a magnificent mountain and river appeared, turning into a blurry Dao shadow and merging into Pangu's physical body. The geomancy map of the primordial land could trace back to its origin and evolve into Pangu's Dao shadow. Roar. With this help, Pangu's physical body's aura increased greatly. He waved his fist and charged towards Di Jun, kill. The demon tribe was not afraid. He directly rode Zhouxing and charged towards Pangu's physical body, wanting to kill him. Chapter 502. Boom, 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 the battle between the two top formations of the untainted land caused too much damage. The entire starry sky was shaking. Stars fell from the starry sky and smashed into the untainted land. The land was riddled with holes and countless innocent creatures were affected. Die. The battle lasted for hundreds of years. The battle between the liches and demons had reached its climax. The demon clan controlled the cosmic stars formation and the 12 capital heaven divine fiends formed by the Grand Sorcerer. At this moment, the countless ancient stars in the Zhoxing formation shook together. Starlight shone on the untainted land. A terrifying power exploded and shattered Pangu's body. The 12 Grand Sorcerer vomited blood. At this moment, the 12 capital heaven divine fiends of the wizard clan had been broken. However, after breaking the Great 12 Citadel Divine Wraith formation, the massive heavenly cycle star formation didn't gain any benefits. A huge backlash struck, causing the massive heavenly cycle star formation to crumble. The demon immortals controlling the formation also suffered from the recoil and were seriously injured. However, this was not the most serious thing. With the collapse of the cosmic stars formation, other than the moon star and the sun star, the other Zhoxing formation and countless ancient stars all suffered unimaginable damage and began to collapse. Fragments along with the stars fell toward the untainted land. For a moment, the stars fell like rain. The untainted land ushered in a catastrophe. Countless creatures turned into ashes. The world was full of doomsday scenes. In such a terrifying scene, even the great mediums did not dare to go out casually. They quickly activated the protective mountain formation and guarded the mountain gate firmly, afraid of being affected by the falling stars. Kill. After a shocking battle, both the liches and demons were injured. Even the clan formation was broken at the same time and could not be used in a short time. However, their combat power was still there. Without any hesitation, the top experts from both sides pounced on each other almost at the same time. Clang! Taiyi relied on his high cultivation and used the Bell of Chaos to attack Wuxia Xianxia, who had the weakest cultivation. Wuxia Xianxia was only a beginner sage to be. He could barely compete with the demon saint of the demon clan by relying on the 12 capital heaven divine fiends formation. Now that the formation was broken, he was instantly beaten back to his original form. Therefore, how could Wuxia Xianxia, who was at the beginner sage to be, defeat Taiyi, who was at the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian realm? Ah, a pitiful cry rang out and Wuxia Xianxia was reduced to dust by the bell of primal chaos. Instant kill. Wuxia Xianxia, an early-stage quasi-saint, had been killed by Taiyi in one move. Hiss! Seeing this, all the powerful divines in the untainted land were so shocked that they took a deep breath. Primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian was too strong. Wuxia Xianxia had fallen too quickly. He was so fast that before the other ancestral sorcerers could react, he was killed by Taiyi. By the time the rest of the ancestral sorcerers reacted, it was already too late to save them. 13. The rest of the ancestor sorcerers howled and were about to attack Taiyi. But at this moment, Di Jun made his move. Die. With that, the Wu slaughtering sword was unsheathed. A beam of blood-red light flashed past, slicing through space and ruthlessly slashing the body of the poison ancestral shaman, Shibai Shi. The Shebi corpse was stunned for a moment, his eyes filled with confusion. Then, he raised his hand and pointed at Di Jun, as if he wanted to say something. But before he could say anything, his body was strangely split into two halves and returned to the world. The Shebi corpse was dead. He had been killed by Di Jun in one move. This was even more shocking than Taiyi killing Wuxia Xianxia in one move. After all, Wuxia Xianxia was only an early-stage quasi-saint. There were not many people in the untainted land who could kill him in one move, but there were still some. But the Shebi corpse was different. He was a perfected quasi-saint, almost standing at the peak of the untainted land. There were many who could defeat him, but not many could kill him, let alone kill him in one move. This was something that even a saint could not do. But Di Jun had done it. Everyone was shocked and looked at Di Jun, wanting to know what realm he had stepped into to have such power. He was still a half-step primordial chaos. Although he was strong, he was not particularly strong. It's that sword. It can restrain the ancestral sorcerers. In the blink of an eye, everyone found the key to Di Jun's killing of the Shebi corpse, the Wu slaughtering sword. The sorcerer race is in trouble. The sudden change changed the situation of the liches and demons, and it also affected the heart of the great mystical power. The Netherworld. With the death of the Shebi corpse, Huda finally could not sit still. She wanted to walk out of the reincarnation palace and charge to the battlefield to help the sorcerer race. But, fellow Daoist Hudu, please wait. 30,000 miles of purple gas filled the air. The Grand Pure One rode over on an ox and blocked Huda's path. The life and death of the liches and demons battle depends on the will of the heavens. Fellow Daoist, please don't interfere. The Grand Pure One bowed to Hudu and said expressionlessly. The saint preached on behalf of the heavens and acted with the will of the heavens. He had to stop anyone who dared to violate the heavenly Tao. And it was the will of the heavens for the liches and demons to perish together. Anyone who dared to interfere with this would be the enemy of the heavenly Tao and the saint. You're courting death. Knowing the purpose of the Grand Pure One's visit, Huda did not waste any time and directly charged over. Rumble. The phantom of the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared behind Hudu and released the power to turn life and death. It was terrifying. That was all the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation that Hudu could mobilize after leaving the netherworld. Don't underestimate this phantom. With the level of the 6 paths of reincarnation, even a phantom could erupt with the power of a connate cardinal treasure. Go. The power of reincarnation was mysterious and unfathomable. The saint of Taiji did not dare to underestimate it. He hurriedly took out the Taiji painting and fought with Hudu. Shebi corpse. Seeing Shebi corpse die, the eyes of the other ancestral magi turned red. Shebi corpse was not like Wuxia Xianxia. He was the orthodox ancestral magi and had grown up with the other ancestral magi. They had endless years of friendship. Di Jun, I want you dead. Di Jiang said with hatred. Terrifying power spread out, and even the great Tao was distorted. Swoosh, space suddenly became chaotic, and Di Jiang's figure blurred. Then, countless Di Jiangs appeared and surrounded Di Jun, attacking him at the same time. These figures were all real. Di Jiang folded space and turned into thousands of them, attacking Di Jun at the same time. Tai, give me your life. Tian Wu, Xian Ming, Changliang, Shizi, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning walked out and attacked Tai together. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning gathered together, erupting with the power of a chaos prime. They activated the chaos geomancy painting and fought fiercely with Tai. Daoist Fushi, please. Candle Join stepped forward and faced Fushi. Both of them were half-step primordial chaos existences. When they fought, it could be said that they were evenly matched. It was difficult to separate them from each other. Then, Gonggong, the water ancestral magi, attacked Kuanpeng. Zhurong, the fire ancestral magi, faced Shihi. Zhurong, the gold ancestral magi, and the wood ancestral magi also found their opponents. A chaotic battle between pre-saints broke out. At the same time, the battle between the great magi and the demon god began. The chaotic battle between nearly 10,000 golden immortals of the great all-embracing heaven and dozens of sage-to-be was so terrifying that it directly tore the heaven realm apart. Even the chaos geomancy was affected. Huge cracks appeared, as if it was about to fall apart. The longer the battle lasted, the greater the destructive power it would cause. Before long, the entire void was shattered. Earth, fire, water, and wind surged, and destructive energy overflowed, interweaving into destructive storms. The world was already showing signs of instability. Di Jiang. Today, let's settle this once and for all. After another fight, Di Jun transformed into a huge Emperor Dharma idol and began to advance. That's right. At this moment, Di Jun was about to break through and become a chaos Daluo Jingxian. Heaven and earth shook, and all kinds of strange phenomena appeared, crowding toward Di Jun. I'm not afraid of you. Seeing this, Di Jiang laughed and began to break through as well. In fact, Di Jiang had shown signs of breaking through tens of thousands of years ago. He was the eldest son of Pangu. He had extraordinary comprehension and great luck. In addition, he had cultivated the path of gods and demons. He had long understood the path ahead and had hopes of attaining Tao. However, in order to set up the 12 capital heaven divine killing formation, Jianghu suppressed his desire to break through and delayed it. But now, the 12 capital heaven divine killing formation had been broken. He had nothing to worry about and began to break through. Whoosh! Panga's blood was gushing, making a raging sound. That was the blood being purified. It was constantly shedding the tribulation energy and transforming into the purest Panga blood. When the ancestral shaman attained the Tao, his bloodline underwent a metamorphosis and naturally transformed into the purest Panga bloodline. Because of this, Grand Magi who had attained Tao could not join forces with those who had not attained Tao to set up the 7 capital heaven divine killing formation. Because the Grand Magi who had not attained Tao had impure Panga blood and were far inferior to Grand Magi who had attained Tao. Buzz buzz buzz, the path of space made a huge buzzing sound and resonated with Jianghu. A huge phantom of a demon god appeared behind Jianghu as if the path of space had descended. Its appearance was exactly the same as Jianghu's. The path chosen by the 12 Grand Magi was different from Feng Zichen's. As early as when they were born, Panga had chosen a path for them. As long as they followed that path, they would definitely achieve extraordinary results. Therefore, the primordial chaos of the 12 Grand Magi was not reversing Panga's physical body, but improving themselves. Turning themselves into Tao. Attaining Tao was attaining Tao, oneself was Tao. 2 shocking lights appeared. Jun and Jianghu transcended the river of time and space at the same time and attained the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian realm. From now on, the true spirit was boundless and immeasurable. The sun and moon decayed, but I was immortal. This was true freedom, true freedom. Kill. As soon as the two broke through, they did not care about experiencing the changes in their bodies and crazily attacked each other. Jun kept waving the Wu slaughtering sword, trying to destroy Jianghu's physical body. But unfortunately, Jianghu's body merged with the void. He seemed to be everywhere, but also seemed to be nowhere. No matter how Jun attacked, he could not hurt him. How can this be? Jun and Jianghu's breakthrough was completely beyond the saint's expectations. Chapter 503. How could they have broken through? It was a mess. It was all a mess. Everyone's plan was disrupted with Jun and Jianghu's breakthroughs. The situation of the Great Shaman Demon War had changed like never before, and the outcome was unknown. As time passed, the demon demi-saint fighting Gomang was gradually losing. He was forced into a desperate situation and was about to die. Let's die together. Either way, he would die. The demi-saint made up his mind and rushed to Gomang's side, self-destructing to drag him down with him. Boom! A dazzling light appeared like the sun, so blinding that it was hard to open one's eyes. When the light subsided, the wood ancestor which Gomang and the demi-saint of the demon race had all turned into nothingness. Everything had disappeared. Wood wizard Gomang had died. Ah, Gomang. Demons, you deserve to die. Perhaps stimulated by Gomang's death, the demi-saint's attacks became more ferocious. However, the demons were not to be trifled with. Seeing that he was no match for his opponent, he pulled his opponent along with him and self-detonated, just like the demi-saint from before. Boom! Boom! 2 more explosions sounded. 2 demi-saints of the demon demi-saints were dragged down with them. Metal wizard Ru Shou had died. Fire wizard Zhurong had died. Shiha. At this time, Jun suddenly went crazy and desperately attacked Jianghu. Because, Zhurong's enemy was Shiha. Shiha had self-destructed just now, taking Zhurong with her. Jun went crazy. Jianghu went crazy as well. In the blink of an eye, 3 demi-saints had died. Jianghu's pain was worse than Jun's. Fushi, Candle Dragon, let's die together. On the other side, Fushi and the Candle Dragon were also fighting crazily. They both self-destructed at the same time, trying to take each other down with them. Boom! The self-destruction of two half-step primordial chaos experts was extremely powerful. The heaven realm, which was close to the explosion, was riddled with holes on the spot. It was not far from collapse. As the main battlefield, the boundless starry sky could no longer withstand this huge force and collapsed. Beyond the boundless starry sky was the chaos beyond the heavens. Now that the boundless starry sky had shattered, the primal chaos chi from the primal chaos beyond the heavens was no longer obstructed. It immediately poured down, wanting to destroy everything and recreate the primal chaos. Brother. With Fushi dead, Nuwa was filled with hatred. She raised the cauldron of heaven and earth and was about to smash it towards the sorcerer tribe. However, at that moment, the Grand Pure One, who was fighting the Lady of Earth, suddenly stopped and turned around to return to Mount Shouyang. When Huda saw this, she did not chase after them. Instead, she went to Jinxiu Heaven and confronted Nuwa from afar. Not good. Kuan-Peng, who was fighting against Gong Gong, could not help but feel anxious when he saw the sage-to-be fall one after another. He could not help but want to leave. Unlike other demi-saints, he was not loyal to the demon race. Speaking of which, Kuan-Peng still has a grudge against Di Jun. Firstly, when they were in the Purple Cloud Palace, Di Jun once spoke ill of him, which was regarded as the shame of his life by Kuan-Peng. Secondly, he was originally the Lord of the North Sea, and his life was very comfortable. However, he was forced by Di Jun to join the demon race, so he was naturally dissatisfied. Thirdly, it was fine if he joined the demon race. However, Di Jun was afraid that Kuan-Peng would share his power. He only gave him a name and not power, leaving Kuan-Peng as a demon master without an army. With all these reasons, it would be strange if Kuan-Peng could be of one mind with Di Jun. His foundation had always been in the North Sea, not the demon race. With the thought of leaving in his heart, Kuan-Peng's hot blood gradually faded. He no longer fought with Gong Gong, but looked for an opportunity to leave. Suddenly, Kuan-Peng's eyes lit up. What did he see? The supreme grade innate spirit treasure, he too, Luo Shu. This Dharma treasure was floating quietly in the starry sky in front of him, and it could be swept away by the chaotic aura at any time. As Di Jun's lifelong spiritual treasure, he too, Luo Shu, should be in Di Jun's hands. However, it was too severely injured, causing the mark left on it by Di Jun to be mostly destroyed. That's right, it was severely injured. The eye of the heavenly cycle star formation was not the sun star or the bell of chaos, but he too, Luo Shu. As a result, the heavenly cycle star formation collapsed, and he too, Luo Shu, suffered the greatest backlash. It was almost on the verge of shattering, and only then did it lose contact with Di Jun. Let's go. With a thought, Kuan-Peng transformed into a great peng. With a flap of his wings, he swept up he too, Luo Shu, and ran away. The fastest speed in the world was not a joke. Among the people present, except for Di Jiang, no one could catch up with him. Kuan-Peng, you, seeing Kuan-Peng's actions, Di Jun was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This person really deserved to die. Pooh. Di Jun spat out a mouthful of blood. It was not because of Kuan-Peng, but because of Di Jiang. It was during this time that he was absent-minded that he was beaten twice by Di Jiang and suffered serious injuries. Tai Yi, die. Kuan-Peng's sudden escape caused Gong Gong, who was fighting him, to be at a loss. But soon, he came to his senses and roared as he charged toward Tai Yi. Except for the beginning, the four ancestral sorcerers had been suppressed by Tai Yi for the rest of the time. They were no match for him at all. Seeing that the four of them were about to be killed by Tai Yi, Gong Gong suddenly rushed over to help. The pressure on the four of them was greatly reduced, and they fought with Tai Yi again. The five ancestral sorcerers worked together to activate the geomancy map of the primordial world, exerting its power to the maximum. It actually attracted the support of the primordial world, faintly showing signs of suppressing Tai Yi. Previously, Tai Yi might have been able to borrow the power of Zhouxing to counterattack. But now, the boundless starry sky had been destroyed, and the Zhouxing had become tattered. Tai Yi could not borrow any power at all. Rumble. The battle was still going on. After the baptism of hatred, both sides had no scruples at all. It was as if they were going to perish together. As a result, the primordial world was in trouble. The first to be affected was the Heaven Realm. The Heaven Realm, which was already on the verge of collapse, finally could not hold on. It shattered into pieces and fell down. What was below the Heaven Realm? It was the backbone of the world, Mount Buzhou. Rumble. Pieces of the Heaven Realm's fragments fell and smashed onto Mount Buzhou's body, causing great damage to it. The power of each piece of the Heaven Realm's fragment falling was not weaker than the full-strength attack of a saint. The power of thousands of fragments falling down could be imagined. If it was the Mount Buzhou of the past, it would naturally not be afraid. This bit of attack was like a drizzle. It was completely harmless and could not cause any harm to it. But the current Mount Buzhou could not do it. It, who had been corroded by the resentment of the Chaos Fiend God for many years, had long been strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Its power was not as strong as before, and it would probably not be able to withstand the fall of the Heaven Realm. The destruction of the Heaven Realm also affected the earth. Volcanoes erupted one after another, and huge mountains collapsed one after another. Countless cracks appeared on the earth like porcelain. Rivers and lakes surged, drowning the earth. The sea also surged endlessly, invading the land. Even if the experts of the 5 Khanate races worked together and suppressed with all their strength, they could not stop the outbreak of the disaster. Every moment, countless living beings died. The entire world was filled with cries for help, and painful moans of living beings. Resentment, boundless resentment rose into the air. It almost covered the sky. These were all emitted after the death of living beings. They were the most strange and domineering, able to corrode everything. And in a corner that no one noticed, an inexplicable force appeared, devouring the resentment. If someone traced the source, they would find that this force came from Mount Buzhou. Let's fight. Let's fight to our heart's content. Let the resentment of all living beings come even more fiercely. Chapter 504. Murmurs full of resentment came from the depths of Mount Buzhou. They were strange and unpredictable. Those were the voices of the chaos demon gods. They were venting their unwillingness. They were unwilling to sink into depravity. They were unwilling to lose their freedom forever. They were using their powerful resentment to corrode Mount Buzhou so that they could regain their freedom and take revenge on Pangu. Perhaps because of the loss of the seed of the world tree, the chaos demon gods suddenly became enlightened. They no longer corroded the entire Mount Buzhou with their resentment. Instead, they focused on one point. They focused all their resentment on the root of Mount Buzhou and wanted to cut off Mount Buzhou from the root. In this way, the speed of the chaos demon gods corroding Mount Buzhou was greatly accelerated. It was not far from the day when they would be free. However, the time of the chaos demon gods was not measured in days, but in yuanhui. Their so-called speed was hundreds of millions of years in the untainted land. It was an extremely long period of time. However, with the beginning of the Great Lich Demon War, a variable appeared. The resentment that permeated the world converged towards Mount Buzhou in a strange way, and began to corrode it from the outside to the inside. The resentment of all living beings was not only directed at the Lich Demon race but also at the untainted land. They resented the arrival of the Great Tribulation and the inaction of the Heavenly Tao. They wanted to completely destroy the untainted land to vent their resentment. The simplest way to destroy the untainted land was to destroy Mount Buzhou, the backbone of the world. The resentment of all living beings corroded Mount Buzhou from the outside. The resentment of the chaos demon gods corroded Mount Buzhou from the inside. At this moment, Mount Buzhou could be said to be attacked from both sides. It was almost undetectable. Mount Buzhou sank a little. It could not hold on any longer. After all, Mount Buzhou was a dead object, not a living object. It lacked agility. Under the attack of both sides, it was normal for it, which was not as good as before, to be unable to hold on. With the help of the resentment of all living beings, the chaos demon gods, who originally needed tens of millions of years to escape, gradually saw the dawn of escape. That was because the stronger the resentment of all living beings, the faster they would be able to escape. Therefore, they were excited and used their magical powers at all costs to gather the resentment of all living beings. Quick, quick, faster. The chaos demonic god was about to break free. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Jianghu and the others who were constantly fighting. They didn't notice the abnormality on Mount Buzhou at all. An unprecedented calamity was about to arrive. Kill. The battle between the liches and demons became fiercer and fiercer. One after another, supreme mystic skills blasted towards each other as if they were free of charge. Now, their eyes were completely bloodshot. They were exchanging injuries for injuries, and they looked like they were going to perish together. It was just a matter of who gave up first. Boom! 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 At this moment, the heaven realm had completely collapsed. Even more than half of the boundless starry sky had been devoured by the chaos outside the heavens. Chaotic chi wreaked havoc, earth, fire, water, and wind emerged, the five elements yuan chi went berserk, and a destructive storm engulfed everything. This was a true portrayal of the boundless starry sky. Zhouxing and the many ancient stars that hadn't been shot down by the witch tribe were unlucky. Not only did they have to resist the devouring of the chaotic chi, but they also had to be attacked by the aftershocks of the battle between the liches and demons. Zhouxing, which was already heavily injured, was even more seriously injured. It was on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, the two supreme stars, the sun star and the moon star, were still there. With their suppression, although the boundless starry sky was dangerous, it wouldn't be completely devoured by the chaotic chi and become a part of the chaos outside the heavens. With the collapse of the heaven realm, the battlefield of Jianghu and the others also shifted, slowly approaching the wilderness. However, on the way to the wilderness, they inevitably had to pass by Mount Buzhou. Rumble. Waves of destructive power burst out from the void and swept fiercely on Mount Buzhou. Yes. The root of Mount Buzhou was eroded. Its mountain body wasn't damaged too much. Therefore, the aftershocks of these mystic skills couldn't hurt Mount Buzhou. However, every time the aftershocks of the mystic skills blasted on Mount Buzhou, although it didn't cause any damage to the mountain, it accelerated the speed at which the resentment of all living beings eroded Mount Buzhou's root. This was shaking the foundation of Mount Buzhou and also helping the chaos demon god to escape. Mount Buzhou's power was greatly reduced because of this, and it couldn't fight back. If someone dared to fight Mount Buzhou so presumptuously in the past, Mount Buzhou would have already fought back and suppressed them at the end of time and space. There would be no life and no death. From this, it could be seen that Mount Buzhou was really on the verge of collapse. Unfortunately, the liches and demons were already in a frenzy and had completely lost their minds. They only wanted to kill each other and didn't notice this at all. However, the experts of the liches and demons didn't notice. However, among the great magicians who were hiding in the void and watching the battle secretly, someone noticed that something was wrong. What's going on? Why is Mount Buzhou so quiet? Daoist Jiuyong asked curiously. There were very few great magicians who didn't know about Mount Buzhou. Many of them had suffered losses in its hands and knew how terrifying it was. But now, it didn't even have any reaction after being bombarded with so many great magicians of the liches and demons. It was extremely strange and inevitably aroused the curiosity of those who were observant. As Daoist Jiuyong spoke, he observed Mount Buzhou and wanted to see what was wrong. At this moment, another great magician's aftershock blasted Mount Buzhou. This attack still didn't cause any damage to Mount Buzhou. However, what was unbelievable was that Mount Buzhou, which had remained unchanged since ancient times, actually shook slightly under that attack. Although the shaking was very, very slight and almost imperceptible to the naked eye, it really happened. And this scene happened to be seen by Daoist Jiuyong, who had been observing Mount Buzhou. The next moment, Daoist Jiuyong was dumbfounded. The expression on his face was 50% disbelief, 30% shock, and 20% fear. Mount Buzhou moved. It moved. In the void, Daoist Jiuyong's extremely terrified voice suddenly sounded. This voice was extremely loud. It even covered the rumbling of the battlefield and resounded in everyone's ears. What? Hearing this, everyone's first reaction, they didn't believe it. What kind of existence was Mount Buzhou? How could it shake because of the attack of the Great One? It was simply ridiculous. But in the next moment, they believed it. Because when they looked at Mount Buzhou, an aftershock happened to sweep over and hit the side of Mount Buzhou, causing it to shake a little. This time, the shaking was even more obvious than the last time. It could already be observed with the naked eye. Mount Buzhou moved, it really moved, it happened right in front of the eyes of the great magicians. It was shaken by the aftershock of the battle between the liches and demons. Chapter 505. But how was this possible? Mount Buzhou was the primordial heavenly pillar. Even though they had witnessed it with their own eyes, the group of great divine abilities still found it difficult to accept this fact. It was because Mount Buzhou's position in their hearts was very important. A mountain that held up heaven and earth, separated the two worlds, and suppressed the ancient and modern times. It was incomparably majestic and powerful. He was an unreachable peak, and the goal of the people should be the same for all eternity and eternity. But today, it shook. It was shaken by someone's attack. It was as if a myth had been shattered. It was unbelievable. However, everyone who could cultivate to the realm of great divine abilities were all people with extraordinary states of mind. It didn't take long for them to adjust their mentality. It was good that Mount Buzhou was gone. At that time, everyone could travel the long river of time and space, attack the past and future, reverse time and space, and reverse the cause. Wouldn't that be beautiful? That was a good thing. Sometimes, thinking about things from a different perspective would yield unexpected gains. From the shaking of Mount Buzhou, everyone thought of the collapse of Mount Buzhou, and then thought of the impact this matter had on them. They couldn't help but feel happy. Unfortunately, they were all smart people. Smart people, it was easy for them to think too much. Therefore, everyone continued to think about it. Thinking about it, they broke out in cold sweat. If Mount Buzhou collapsed, how could the primordial world be spared? And if the primordial world was gone, could they still survive? This time, everyone really panicked. They originally thought that the great war between the witches and demons had nothing to do with them. But who knew that the witches and demons were a group of lunatics? They actually erupted without care and were about to destroy the primordial world. In just an instant, all the great divine abilities of the primordial world reached a consensus. The witches and demons could not fight anymore. If they continued to fight, no one knew if they would be able to determine life and death. But the primordial world was definitely gone. Crack. At this moment, another divine ability swept over and hit Mount Buzhou's body, causing it to make a cracking sound. Not good. The moment this voice fell, a great fear rose in the hearts of all the great divine abilities at the same time. The shadow of death covered their hearts. It was as if an unimaginable calamity was about to descend. This was death. It was not a long sleep. It was true death. The kind that would never return. Apocalyptic calamity. It was definitely a world-ending calamity. Apart from the calamity of the destruction of heaven and earth, there was no other calamity that could make them so fearful and even cause them to truly die. At this time, under the threat of death, no one dared to hold back. They all walked out of the mountain gate and quickly rushed towards the battlefield. He couldn't let the shamans and demons fight anymore. It doesn't matter if they die. However, he would drag the primordial world down with him. Absolutely not. Quick, stop. Stop fighting. Even the heavens and earth are about to be destroyed by you. Even the saints were getting anxious at this moment. They could not care less about their own plans. They all descended on the battlefield of the liches and demons, wanting to separate Tai Di Jiang and the others. But the Grand Shaman and the Demon Saint had been fighting for so long that they had long been invaded by the heaven and earth tribulation chi, completely losing their minds. In his heart, other than the desire to kill his opponent, there was only the desire to destroy everything. How could they be easily persuaded by others when they were blinded by the aura of calamity? In fact, when they saw the crowd rushing over, they actually abandoned their opponents at the same time and attacked the crowd who had rushed over to persuade them. Die. All of you, die. Di Jun, Tai Yi, and the others seemed to have fallen into madness. They wantonly used their divine abilities and destroyed everything around them. Rumble. Attacks filled the sky. Each one of them emitted an extremely terrifying aura. The power contained was enough to severely injure a half-step primordial chaos existence. Sensing the danger, everyone subconsciously activated the spirit treasures in their hands and counterattacked. Not good. However, as soon as this attack was launched, everyone's hearts skipped a beat as they realized that something was wrong. However, it was too late. How could it be so easy to take back a divine ability that had been launched? Rumble. Resplendent light erupted and covered everything. It was the scene caused by hundreds of divine abilities colliding. Moreover, they were all great divine abilities, as well as the supreme divine abilities of the saints. One could imagine how powerful the power contained in them was. Even a primordial chaos expert would be severely injured or even die if they fell into it. Boom! Terrifying power erupted. An invisible ripple spread out. In the blink of an eye, everything was destroyed. Everywhere it passed, there was nothing. It was Mount Buzhou. It could not block its power. Therefore, Mount Buzhou fell. Rumble. The ripple spread out, carrying a huge force and knocking down Mount Buzhou. Immediately, the long river of time and space raged. Earth, fire, water, and wind surged out together. The heaven and earth barrier also shattered. The heavenly river poured down, and heavenly fire surged out. The entire primordial world was in deep water and scorching fire. Yes. The idiom deep water and scorching fire came from this. Ah, help! The world was filled with the cries and wails of all living beings. How could this be? It must be fake. Looking at the collapsed Mount Buzhou, everyone present was dumbfounded. This script was not right. Wasn't the final battle of the Magi almost causing Mount Buzhou to collapse and the primordial world to be destroyed? Then, we stepped forward without caring about our own safety and ended the great calamity in advance to save the primordial world? Why did it turn into us fighting with the Lich and pushing down Mount Buzhou in the end? To topple Mount Buzhou, just how great was the power of karma? For a moment, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. At this moment, even Tai Di Jun, Di Jiang, and the other ancestral magi calmed down and stopped the battle. How could this be? Looking at the collapsed Mount Buzhou, their eyes were filled with confusion. They were not surprised that the heavenly realm was destroyed. They were not surprised that the boundless starry sky was destroyed. They were not surprised that the primordial world was riddled with holes. However, they were really surprised that Mount Buzhou had collapsed. That was Mount Buzhou. It represented Pangu's will and suppressed all space-time in the past, present, and future. It was the #1 divine mountain in the primordial world. Even if they self-destructed, they should not be able to hurt it at all. But now, how could it be pushed down by the aftermath of their battle? It was too fragile. If it were not for the extremely strong aura of Pangu that permeated Mount Buzhou's body, Di Jiang would have suspected that the Mount Buzhou in front of him was fake. But how could he? Puzzled, very puzzled. Not to mention Di Jiang, even the other great magicians did not know why the Mount Buzhou, which was said to be invincible in the primordial world, would be so easily pushed down by them. However, being puzzled was one thing. At this moment, the most important thing was, it was better to quickly clean up the mess. After Mount Buzhou fell, the world lost its support and showed signs of closing again. The sky had already begun to sink. If they did not clean it up, when the world became one, the primordial world would really be gone. Fortunately, as soon as the world showed signs of closing, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu activated the entire netherworld and pulled the primordial world, causing it to sink continuously to prevent the primordial world from rising. This bought a lot of time for the other great gods, allowing them to deal with other matters with more ease. Not good. Retreat quickly. Just as everyone was discussing how to survive this calamity, the Grand Pure One's eyelids suddenly twitched, and a great fear arose in his heart. Before he could think carefully, the Grand Pure One hurriedly shouted and left Mount Buzhou far away. Let's go. Let's go. After the Grand Pure One, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the Grand Master of Heaven had a bad feeling almost at the same time. They hurriedly shouted and retreated. Although everyone was puzzled, they did not dare to stay any longer when they saw the powerful three Pure Ones retreating in a hurry. They directly retreated behind the three Pure Ones. There's something strange at the bottom of Mount Buzhou. Looking at the place where Mount Buzhou was broken, the Grand Pure One frowned and said solemnly. There, earth, fire, water, and wind gushed out. The aura of destruction was everywhere. It was pitch black. It was simply a forbidden area for living beings. Danger, that was the feeling that the bottom of Mount Buzhou gave everyone. Just a glance from afar was enough to send chills down their spines and give birth to a sense of danger. If they really walked in, wouldn't they be in danger of dying? What exactly is there? Although everyone was curious, no one dared to go forward to check. No one was a fool. By the way, why hasn't teacher appeared yet? Suddenly, someone asked in a low voice. That's right. Such a huge thing had happened, and the primordial world was about to be finished. Why hadn't Dao Ancestor Hong Jun appeared yet? At this moment, everyone realized that something was wrong. If it were any other time, the Dao Ancestor would have appeared long ago. If he still did not appear, it was obvious that he had been held back by something. Something that could hold back the Dao Ancestor was definitely bigger than what they were facing now. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts sank. It was even bigger than the destruction of the primordial world. Then what was it? They did not dare to think, they did not dare to think. At the same time, at the intersection of the chaos outside the heavens and the chaos outside the realm, two figures were facing each other from afar. If anyone came here, they would recognize that the figure in the chaos outside the heavens was the primordial world Dao Ancestor Hong Jun. Although the background of the person opposite him was unknown, he was obviously not a simple person to be able to stop the Dao Ancestor. Fellow Daoist Yang Mei, are you really going to stop the poor way? Dao Ancestor Hong Jun looked at the person in front of him and said expressionlessly. Yang Mei, the person who came was immortal Yang Mei. She was a true legend. The reincarnation of the space demon god, the transformation of the innate willow tree of the 10 innate spiritual roots, the first existence in the primordial world to become the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. She had even achieved the Dao before the Dao Ancestor. No, to be precise, she had achieved the Dao before the heavens and earth. As an existence second only to Pangu among the chaos demon gods, Yang Mei's realm had long surpassed the primordial chaos Dao realm and reached an extremely mysterious realm. Her cultivation was close to Pangu's. And things like the Dao realm, it was about eternal proof and never falling. Therefore, even though Yang Mei had reincarnated into the primordial world, her realm was still there. However, her physical body and strength were no longer there. These, she had to cultivate from the beginning. Chapter 506. However, because his realm was still there, his cultivation was different from that of ordinary people. That was, there would be no bottleneck. As long as his strength was there, his realm would naturally break through until his cultivation returned to the realm of his previous life. Therefore, it was not correct to say that Yang Mei was the first existence in the primordial world to cultivate to the level of primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. To be precise, he had restored his cultivation to the level of primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. Sigh. I had no choice but to come because of someone's request. So, fellow Daoist Hong Jun, you'd better stay here with poor Wei for a while. Sighing, immortal Yang Mei said helplessly. He was a chaos fiend god. Even if he reincarnated into the primordial world, this would not change at all. Thinking about it, the chaos fiend god was known as the son of chaos. He was the most powerful and noble living being in the world. Every one of them had the potential to achieve the great Tao. In the primordial world, that would be a heaven-defying talent. In that case, how could Yang Mei give up such a noble identity for the primordial world? Therefore, Yang Mei had no choice but to take action at this moment and block Dao ancestor Hong Jun's path to prevent him from stopping the chaos fiend god from breaking out of the seal. After all, compared to the living beings of the primordial world, the chaos fiend gods were his true friends. Hearing that, Dao ancestor Hong Jun could not help but frown. He was very afraid of Yang Mei. Because he had once been defeated by this person. That was when he had just attained the Tao and thought that he was invincible in the primordial world. But in the end, he met Yang Mei again. Then, he suffered an unprecedented defeat. Yang Mei stood there. No matter how Dao ancestor Hong Jun used all his methods, he could not hurt her at all. Instead, she took away all her spirit treasures. Although at the end of the story, Yang Mei returned all the treasures to Hong Jun. However, that battle had left an indelible impression on Hong Jun. Fellow Daoist Yang Mei, you have also cultivated in the primordial world and received the grace of this world. How can you watch him be destroyed and do nothing? After thinking for a while, Dao ancestor Hong Jun played the emotional card. It was not that he did not want to suppress Yang Mei violently, but he could not. Hong Jun might not be Yang Mei's match, but the heavenly Tao was definitely. If he wanted to make a move, he could definitely suppress Yang Mei. However, Yang Mei's location was very particular. It happened to be the border between the Great Chaos and the Great Chaos. In this way, as long as the heavenly Tao attacked, Yang Mei would be out of the range of the primordial world and the heavenly Tao would not be able to do anything to her. This was the disadvantage of the will of the world. Although it was invincible within the world, it could not leave the boundary of the world. The restrictions were extremely great. Besides, Yang Mei was able to escape from Pangu and successfully reincarnate into the untainted land. One could imagine how powerful she was. Can the heavenly axiom really take him down? It was because of all kinds of scruples that Hong Jun would negotiate with him. Otherwise, do you really think that the Tao ancestor has a good temper? The reason why Yang Mei was able to recover her current strength was not only because of her own efforts, but also because of the resources from the untainted world. This was karma, and it had to be repaid. If Hong Jun brought this up, Yang Mei might have some misgivings. Sure enough, as soon as his voice fell, Yang Mei's face became ugly. Speaking of this, he was really angry. The reason why the untainted land could be where it was today was not only because Pangu had transformed into heaven and earth, but also because it had devoured the bodies of the 3,000 demon gods. But in the end, he reincarnated into the untainted land. Not only did he not enjoy the treatment of the god of creation, but he was also often tortured by heaven and earth. Even if he wanted to leave the untainted land, he had to first settle the karma between him and the untainted land and compensate him for the resources he had consumed to cultivate in the untainted land. What was all this? Until now, Yang Mei had not left the untainted land and went to the Great Chaos to search for the Great Tao because he had not paid off the debt he owed to the untainted land. Therefore, he had been staying at the border between the untainted land and the chaos, engaging in the work of transforming the chaos chi in order to pay off the debt as soon as possible and escape. With Pangu around, nothing will happen to the untainted land. You don't have to worry. After a while, Yang Mei said with a sullen face, but she did not even call him fellow Daoist. Before the Great Tao was completed, how could Pangu watch the untainted land be destroyed? If it really reached an irreversible situation, he would definitely intervene. Yang Mei could see this clearly as a bystander. She was not worried that the untainted land would be destroyed. That's true. After thinking about it, Dao ancestor Hong Jun felt that what she said made sense. His nervous heart gradually calmed down. Moreover, the karma between me and the untainted land has long been settled when Rahu died. After a while, Yang Mei continued. She was saying that she no longer had any karma with the untainted land. At the end of the ancient times, Yang Mei had helped Yu Hongjun defeat the demon ancestor Rahu and stopped him from destroying the untainted land. Yang Mei had taken this opportunity to sever her connection with the untainted land. She only needed to repay the debt and she could leave. Also, I came here today only to save my former fellow Daoists. With all the years of cultivation in the chaos, I will not interfere with the operation of the untainted land. In the end, Yang Mei added. She was really not interested in the untainted land. After a deadly calamity, Yang Mei had a new understanding of the Great Tao. Therefore, she was eager to return to the depths of the chaos and cultivate in seclusion. She really did not want to care about the trivial matters of the mortal world. After saving the chaos fiend god, Yang Mei would have completed her merit and could go to the depths of the chaos to cultivate in seclusion without any worries. Congratulations, fellow Daoist. After hearing Yang Mei's words, Dao ancestor Hong Jun vaguely understood her current state and could not help but say enviously. After completing her merit, she would escape the calamity and head to the depths of the chaos to pursue the Great Tao. That would be true freedom and freedom. It was much better than him being trapped in the Purple Cloud Palace. Yang Mei smiled and did not say anything. Hee hee. This day has finally come. We are about to return to the world. Just as everyone was hesitating whether they should go to the bottom of Mount Buzhou to take a look, a burst of wild laughter suddenly came from the depths of the ground. Who is it? Everyone was shocked. They hurriedly took out their Dharma treasures and looked at the bottom of Mount Buzhou vigilantly. People? What is that thing? How can you be so lowly? How can you call yourself us? Remember. We are the masters of the chaos. Accompanied by an arrogant voice, the bottom of Mount Buzhou suddenly trembled violently. Immediately after, a pitch-black beam of light completely composed of chaotic evil aura suddenly rushed out from the bottom of Mount Buzhou. It went all the way up, passed through the boundless starry sky and the chaos beyond the sky, and directly collided with the barrier of heaven and earth. Then, the barrier of heaven and earth shattered. Like a mirror shattering, countless cracks appeared first, and then it shattered all over the ground. Chapter 507. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Feng Zichen, who was hiding and watching the show, was dumbfounded. That was the heaven and earth barrier. The strongest defense of the primordial world, it protected the primordial world from the invasion of the great chaos. If the heaven and earth barrier was broken, the consequences would be unimaginable. At the very least, the primordial world was in danger of being destroyed. Without the heaven and earth barrier, how could the primordial world resist the invasion of the great chaos? It could be swallowed by the violent chaos chi at any time and become a part of the chaos. The heaven and earth barrier was the foundation of the primordial world. Normally, no matter how fierce everyone was, even if they completely destroyed the world, as long as the heaven and earth barrier was still there, the primordial world would not be truly destroyed. They could create a new world in the chaos. However, the great chaos outside the primordial world was different from the chaos outside the primordial world. The chaos there was too strong, and almost no one could create a new world there. Even Feng Zichen created a small primordial world with the protection of the heaven and earth barrier. Otherwise, he would not dare to create a new world in the great chaos outside the primordial world. Just the backlash of the primordial world was enough to kill him. Rumble, as soon as a hole appeared in the heaven and earth barrier, the violent chaos chi impatiently squeezed in through the hole. Fortunately, although the chaos chi was strong, it was impossible for it to completely shatter the heaven and earth barrier with one strike. It only made a small hole in the heaven and earth barrier. However, one should not underestimate this hole. As the saying goes, 1,000-mile dike collapses because of an ant's nest. If this hole was not dealt with in time, it was very likely that it would cause the entire heaven and earth barrier to collapse. Crack. Crack. The heaven and earth barrier could not bear the terrifying pressure and made cracking sounds. The crack continued to expand, and more chaos chi surged in. Not good. At the border of the primordial world and the chaos, Dao ancestor Hung Jun saw this scene. He had just relaxed, but his heart suddenly jumped. If this was not handled properly, the primordial world would really be gone. Dao ancestor Hung Jun did not dare to hesitate and was about to repair the heaven and earth barrier. However, the chaos fiend god had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. How could he let Dao ancestor Hung Jun seal the hole in the heaven and earth barrier so easily? They did not care about hiding anymore. They walked out of the depths of the chaos and charged towards Dao ancestor Hung Jun. Hung Jun was helpless. He immediately transformed into the heavenly Dao and fought with the chaos demon god. However, because he had to worry about the gap in the barrier between heaven and earth, Tiandao Hung Jun could not let go of his hands and feet when fighting with the chaos demon god. He was a little timid and gradually fell into a disadvantage. On the other hand, the chaos fiend celestial was able to defeat the heavenly Dao Hung Jun despite being the weaker party due to his lack of scruples. Obstructed by the chaos fiend celestial, the heavenly Dao Hung Jun could only barely hold them back and was powerless to repair the heaven and earth barrier. As for great immortal Yang Mei, she watched from the side, not helping either side. Quick! Quick! While the crack is still small, think of a way to plug it. Otherwise, when the barrier of heaven and earth is completely broken, even if Pangu's father is reborn, he will not be able to save the primordial world. At this moment, the great mediums of the untainted land finally came to their senses. He could not care less about the chaotic primordial world. He wanted to head to the chaos outside the heavens and think of a way to mend the heaven and earth barrier. Leave? Where do you want to go? Stay here obediently and be the resources for our recovery. Just as they were about to leave, at the bottom of Mount Buzhou, a stream of chaotic evil chi suddenly gushed out and kept churning on the ground. Who's there? Playing tricks. Courting death. After being blocked by the chaos fiend celestial, the people who were in a hurry to leave were completely enraged. They raised the spiritual treasures in their hands and attacked the chaotic evil chi. Rumble. The chaotic evil chi exploded on the spot. Even the extremely hard Mount Buzhou below was sent flying by the people's attacks. And this was also what the chaos fiend celestial wanted. The seal left by Pangu was completely broken under the joint attack of the people. The chaos fiend celestial, who had been sealed since the creation of heaven and earth, finally came out. Haha. Pangu, we are here to take revenge on you. Horrifying demonic shadows rushed out from the bottom of Mount Buzhou one after another, and a shocking pressure filled the air. Their figures were extremely huge, and they were surrounded by Daoist rhymes. They were even more majestic than heaven and earth, and they exuded boundless dominance as if they could suppress the past, present, and future. This was the chaos fiend celestial. Pangu's aura. I feel a very strong Pangu's aura. There seems to be a descendant of Pangu here. In an instant, many horrifying eyes looked at Hudu. Pangu's bloodline was the purest and strongest here. After sizing up Hudu for a while, the chaos fiend celestial turned their eyes to three pure ones, Jianghu, and the other ancestral sorcerers. Pangu's descendants. So many Pangu's descendants. As long as I devour them, I can recover most of my strength. Thinking of the benefits of devouring Hutu and the others, the chaos fiend celestial's eyes suddenly became hot. Murderous intent filled the air. Everyone, it's important to block the sky screen. We, the 7 saints, will stall the fiend celestial true spirits here. Everyone, quickly go to the outer space to block the sky screen and prevent it from collapsing further. Knowing that the matter of blocking the sky screen could not be delayed, the 7 saints stepped forward and blocked the Chaos Fiend Celestial, opening a passage to the outer space for everyone. There were more than 2,000 Chaos Fiend Celestials who escaped. Only the 7 saints with the heavenly Tao behind them could block them. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be blasted into pieces by the 2,000 Chaos Fiend Celestials. He couldn't be any more dead. As they stepped forward, the 7 saints also looked at Dijun and the others. Fellow Daoist, now that the primordial world is about to be destroyed, please put down your personal grudges and focus on the primordial world. It was rare for the Grand Pure One to speak to Dijun and the others in an extremely polite tone. He had to be polite. Apart from them, Dijun and the other two were the strongest in the primordial world. They had to be relied on to repair the heaven and earth barrier. Perhaps, in the end, they would have to use their bodies to repair the sky screen. If they were to be rude now, it would not be good for anyone if they were to fall out with them. It was better to be polite. It could save a lot of trouble. For the sake of the primordial world, in order to survive, they had to endure everything. That's how it should be. Without any nonsense, the 3 of them led a group of powerful beings and rushed to the chaos outside the sky. It's just food. You want to leave too? You're really overestimating yourself. Seeing that someone was leaving, the Chaos Fiend Celestial was displeased. These were all resources for them to recover their strength. How could they leave just like that? Stay. One after another, extremely terrifying divine abilities burst out from the void and blasted toward the crowd. Seeing this, the 7 saints hurriedly stopped them. Chapter 508. The Chaos Demon God's divine powers were extremely simple and crude compared to the exquisite divine powers of the primitive world. But even so, they were extremely powerful. The divine powers of the 7 saints were completely defenseless in front of them. Boom! 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 Terrifying power exploded, and the 7 saints were forced to retreat, even vomiting blood. The Chaos Demon God's divine powers had reached a limit in the use of Great Tao runes. They abandoned all the complicated runes and used the simplest way to unleash the strongest power. Great Tao was simple. This was the principle behind the Chaos Demon God's divine powers. Oh. Still not dead? Seeing that the 7 saints were only injured and not dead, the Chaos Demon Gods were a little surprised, as if they were surprised by their strength. But this surprise did not last long, and was replaced by excitement in the blink of an eye. The stronger the 7 saints were, the more power they would recover after devouring them. Die! With a loud roar, the Chaos Demon Gods attacked again. This time, they did not hold back, and each of them unleashed their full strength. Bang! 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 Unsurprisingly, the 7 saints were defeated. Even with Khanate cardinal treasures in hand, they could not block the attacks of the Chaos Demon Gods. Soon, they were drowned by the divine powers. Puff! Among the 7 saints, Taoist Kundi, who had the weakest cultivation and the worst numinous treasure, was the first to collapse, and his body was blasted into pieces by the violent divine powers. Then it was Jiayin, Nuwa, and the 3 pure ones. In the blink of an eye, the 7 saints were all killed. However, the primordial spirits of the saints were entrusted to the heavenly Tao. As long as the heavenly Tao and the primitive world were not destroyed, no one in the world could kill the saints. Whoosh! A ray of colorful light appeared, and the 7 saints who had been blasted into pieces walked out slowly. Their bodies were spotless, and they were not injured at all. Their strength was also maintained at the peak. This power? Is it the heavenly Tao? Interesting. With a scornful smile, the Chaos Demon Gods continued to attack. Resurrect? Just kill them again. Resurrect again? Then kill them again. No matter how you resurrect. How many times can you resurrect? Do you really think resurrection does not require energy? There was a limit to everything. When the power of the heavenly law was exhausted, the 7 saints would truly be dead. Unfortunately, these chaos fiend celestials had forgotten. Thanks to their physical bodies, the origin of the primeval age was very strong. Even if they resurrected a few saints thousands of times, the power they lost was just a drop in the ocean. The 7 sages were killed and resurrected again and again. No matter what the chaos fiend god did, he could not do anything to them. For a time, both sides were in a stalemate. While the 2 sides were in a stalemate, Tai Yi and the others had already rushed to the border between chaos and chaos. First of all, what they saw was not the gap in the barrier between heaven and earth, but Yang Mei in white. Secondly, what they saw was heavenly Dao Hongjun, who was fighting against the chaos demon god. Finally, he saw the gap in the heaven and earth barrier. Who is this person? Why can you stand in the chaos? Also, who was the one fighting with teacher? A series of questions appeared in everyone's minds, causing them to be extremely puzzled. But at this moment, obviously, there was no one to explain it to them. All of you, hurry up and repair the heaven and earth barrier. Seeing everyone rush over, heavenly Dao Hongjun shouted coldly. Yes, heavenly Dao. Hearing this voice, everyone knew that the person in front of them was not their teacher, but heavenly Dao. All of a sudden, the excitement in everyone's hearts disappeared without a trace. She responded expressionlessly and went to the gap in the heaven and earth barrier, trying to repair it. Bastard! How dare you! Seeing this, the chaos fiend god could not help but be furious and roar. Unfortunately, while they were holding back heavenly Dao Hongjun, they were also held back by heavenly Dao Hongjun and could not stop Tai Yi and the others. Dang dang dang. The bell of chaos vibrated violently. The great power that had destroyed the chaos and suppressed the earth, fire, water, and wind when the heavens and earth were created suddenly reappeared. Rumble. Before the chaotic airflow that surged over entered the primeval age, it was suppressed, shattered, and decomposed by the power of the bell of chaos, turning into the purest origin of heaven and earth to strengthen the heaven and earth barrier. Buzz, the primeval age map vibrated as if a huge world had descended. It absorbed the chaotic airflow wantonly to reduce the pressure on the heaven and earth barrier. The other great beings also used their own methods to repair the heaven and earth barrier. Not long after, with everyone's efforts, the heaven and earth barriers shattering was greatly alleviated and gradually stopped. However, that enormous gap caused everyone to be in a dilemma. No matter what method they used, they could not repair it. Fellow Daoist, are you just going to watch them attack without doing anything? You must know that this may be our only chance to take revenge on Pangu. Seeing that the heaven and earth barrier was no longer shattering, the chaos fiend god who was fighting heavenly Dao Hongjun became anxious and hurriedly shouted at Yang Mei. Fellow Daoist, why bother? Sighing, Yang Mei said helplessly. When I succeed in the future, I will definitely settle the matter with Pangu. As for the primeval age, I have a karma with it, so it's not convenient for me to do anything. As she spoke, Yang Mei took out a supreme-grade connate spirit treasure and crushed it. After scattering it into the primeval age, she turned and left. Fellow Daoists, now that you are free, I should also head to the chaos to cultivate in seclusion. Everyone, let's meet again if fate wills it. In the blink of an eye, Yang Mei's figure had already disappeared, leaving only a faint Dao voice echoing in everyone's ears. Sigh, since Yang Mei wanted to leave, the chaos fiend god could not stop her, so he could only sigh gloomily. However, what made him even more depressed was yet to come. Sigh, fellow Daoists. This calamity started because of us, so let us end it. Since he could not repair the heaven and earth barrier no matter how hard he tried, Dijiang gritted his teeth and stepped forward. He planned to mend the heaven barrier with his body. No, he planned to get Tai Dijun to mend the heaven barrier with him. The primeval age was created by his father, Pangu. Even if it was destroyed, it could not be destroyed by his hands. If he sacrificed himself, he could save the primeval age. Dijiang had no regrets. Besides, he was already the primeval age Daoist Jingxian with an indestructible true spirit. Even if he used his body to mend the heaven barrier, he would not really die. As time passed, he would return one day. Fellow Daoist Dijiang, what do you mean? Everyone vaguely understood Dijiang's plan, but they still asked uncertainly. It was easy to say that he would use his body to mend the heaven barrier, but he would have to sacrifice everything. Who would be willing to turn endless years of bitter cultivation into flowing water in the blink of an eye? Not to mention, Dijiang had already cultivated to the primeval age Daoist Jingxian realm and had completely transcended heaven and earth. To put it bluntly, when one's cultivation reached Dijiang's realm, they could completely leave the primeval age and cultivate in the chaos. Whether the primeval age was destroyed or not, it would not hurt Dijiang. He could have just left. Therefore, it was inevitable that everyone would be suspicious of Dijiang. Faced with everyone's doubts, Dijiang shook his head and smiled. He did not explain. Instead, he used his actions to express his intentions. Boom! Wisps of sacred light bloomed from Dijiang's body, illuminating the entire chaos. That was Dijiang's origin. He was burning his origin in exchange for unimaginable power to mend the heaven and earth barrier. Sister Hutu. From now on, I'll leave the witch race to you. Looking at Hutu, Dijiang said with nostalgia. Chapter 509. Finally, Dijiang laughed heartily, accompanied by endless brilliance. He rushed towards the gap in the barrier of heaven and earth. Haha. Fellow Daoists, Dijiang is leaving. As soon as he finished speaking, Dijiang's figure gradually disappeared in the flames, leaving only a ball of bright light that rushed towards the gap in the barrier of heaven and earth. Boom! The intense flames boiled and burst out with endless brilliance. They burned away the chaotic aura that was surging over and gradually blocked the gap in the barrier of heaven and earth. However, that was all. How could the barrier of heaven and earth be so easy to repair? Dijiang's strength alone was far from enough. Haha. Big brother, I'm coming to accompany you. Suddenly, Jerome laughed loudly. He sacrificed his origin and pounced on the flames that Dijiang had turned into. After him, Gonggang, Qiangliang, Sai, Tianwu, Xianming, and the remaining 5 ancestral magi of the wizard clan also sacrificed themselves and followed Dijiang. However, just as Xianming sacrificed himself, Gonggang suddenly spat out a mouthful of origin water and extinguished the flames on his body. Sister! You must live. The wizard clan can't live without an ancestral magus. This was the last sentence that Gonggang left in the world. Ancestral magus Xianming was the youngest of the 12 ancestral magi. Therefore, the ancestral magi usually took care of him. The other ancestral magi naturally wouldn't let him do such a suicidal thing. Rumble. The origin of the 6 ancestral magi merged and gave birth to a wisp of Pangu's power. Immediately, a majestic aura spread and shocked the entire chaos. The barrier of heaven and earth began to slowly recover. Pangu. Sensing this aura, the chaos demon gods who were fighting with Tiandao Hongjun felt endless hatred in their hearts and roared out loud. Then, they pounced on the flames without caring about anything else. For this, they took several blows from Tiandao Hongjun and were beaten until their skin and flesh were torn open. Kill. Several chaos demon gods charged straight at the flames formed by the ancestral magi and passed through them. Puff. After suffering such a heavy blow, the flames directly collapsed. The barrier of heaven and earth that was recovering also stopped abruptly. You want to restore the barrier of heaven and earth? Dream on. A chaos demon god said coldly as he stood in the chaos. If the heaven and earth barrier were to be restored, wouldn't they be trapped in the primordial world? How terrible would that be? It would be hard for him not to die. That was why they rushed towards the flames formed by the ancestral magus at all costs. Firstly, it could prevent the ancestral sorcerer from repairing the barrier of heaven and earth. Secondly, he could take this opportunity to leave the primordial world. Now that he thought about it, it was too rash of him to rush into the primordial world on a whim. If he accidentally fell into the primordial world, he would really be finished. It was better to stay in the chaos. The other party did not dare to rashly walk out of the primordial world. In this way, they could attack, retreat, and defend. They were innately in an invincible position. On top of that, he could also make a move to destroy the heaven and earth barrier when the other party was repairing it. It was perfect. Did he really think that the Chaos Fiend God was a brute? They were just too powerful and too lazy to use their brains. Strength could solve everything, so why would he need to use his wisdom? It would be a grave mistake to underestimate the Chaos Demon God because of this. If the Chaos Demon God used his wisdom, it would definitely be very shocking. Just like now. Although the light formed by the ancestral magus dissipated, it did not disappear. After the Chaos Demon God left, it gathered again. However, it was much weaker and was far less resplendent than before. At this moment, it was no longer enough to repair the heaven and earth barrier. Boom! All of a sudden, the ball of light started to change. It started to distort. A simple and unadorned door gradually took shape in the flames. Since it could not be repaired, then it would be blocked. This Dao door was formed by the Pangu's origin of the ancestral magus. It was used to block the gap in the heaven and earth barrier. However, it could block the aura of chaos that was surging over, but it could not block the attack of the Chaos Demon God. Clang! Clang! This Dao door began to shake violently. Through the heaven and earth barrier, one could clearly see that the Chaos Demon God outside the primordial world was crazily attacking this Dao door. Several tiny cracks could be seen with the naked eye, appearing on the body of the Dao door. The Dao door was about to collapse. At the critical moment, Tai Di Jun stood up. The primordial world is not only the witch race's primordial world, but also the demon race's primordial world. Now that the apocalypse has descended, how can we let the Magus race monopolize the limelight? Fellow Daoists, Tai Di Jun, go. As soon as he finished speaking, two huge suns appeared. Tai Di Jun sacrificed his origin and turned it into an unbelievable power that was injected into the Dao door. In an instant, the Dao door turned from illusion to reality and was truly born. Terrifying fluctuations were emitted from the Dao door, shaking the past, present, and future, shattering all the divine abilities of the Chaos Demon God. Connate Cardinal Treasure. This fluctuation was definitely a Connate Cardinal Treasure. This Dao door gathered the Connate origins of 3 primordial Chaos Daoyo Jingxian and 5 perfected sage to be cultivators. As soon as it was born, it was a Connate Cardinal Treasure. Moreover, it was a top-tier Connate Cardinal Treasure with 49 Connate divine restrictions. Because of their origins, whether it was Tai Di Jun or the ancestral magus, their essences were too high, far exceeding their own realm. This led to them being able to create Connate Cardinal Treasures that far exceeded their own level. The moment the Dao door was formed, the heaven and earth barrier returned to calm. The violent chaos outside the realm could no longer pose a threat to the primordial world. Interesting. It's getting more and more interesting. Seeing this scene, the Chaos Demon God was not angry. Instead, he showed an interested expression. Open for me. A Chaos Demon God suddenly appeared in his huge true body. Holding a Chaos spiritual treasure in his hand, he slammed it toward the Dao door. The Chaos Fiend gods who revealed their true forms were in their strongest state. After all, the primordial world was not the home of the demon gods. Just now, they were suppressed by the heaven and earth, so they barely fought to a draw with Tiandao Hongjun. But now, they were in the chaos, the home of the Chaos Demon Gods. Here, they would be blessed by the chaos and erupt with their strongest power. Clang! The Dao door was not damaged, but the door was directly blasted open by this blow. Rumble! The wild chaos chi surged forward once again. Seal! Tiandao Hongjuan's movements were extremely fast. As soon as the Dao door opened, he used a great divine power to seal it. Then, everyone reacted and pushed the door together, wanting to close the Dao door. But it was useless. The Chaos Demon God's attack was too fierce. They used their own Chaos spiritual treasures, each of which had the power of a Khanate cardinal treasure or even stronger. Not to mention closing the Dao door, even the Dao door itself was in danger of shattering. Today, the primordial world is facing a great calamity. It's time for us to step forward and repay the kindness of giving birth to us. Children of the witch race, follow me. Chapter 5:10. At the edge of the chaos, more than 4,000 grand sorcerers of the sorcerer tribe stepped forward and pounced on the Taoist gate like moths darting into a flame. Mysterious imprints appeared on the Taoist gate. They were simple and boundless, emitting extraordinary power and stabilizing the Taoist gate. Your Majesty, we're here to accompany you. The sorcerer tribes sacrificed themselves, and so did the demon race. Apart from the 10 great demon gods, the other 4,000 demon gods sacrificed themselves and integrated into the Taoist gate. The demon race still needed the protection of the demon gods, so the 10 great demon gods could not die. Rumble. In an instant, a purple light bloomed from Dao Gate's body, completely merging with the barrier of heaven and earth around it. There was no longer any distinction between them. Then, the Taoist gate became extremely hard and emitted an immortal aura. No matter how the Chaos Demon Gods attacked, they could not damage it at all. However, under the crazy attacks of the Chaos Demon Gods, the open Taoist gate could not be closed no matter how hard they tried. This was the reason why the Taoist gate was not as good as the heaven and earth barrier. No matter how strong the Taoist gate was, it was still a gate for people to enter and exit. As long as it could not be closed, it was no different from not having it. Seeing the grand sorcerers and demon gods sacrificing themselves to mend the heaven and earth barrier, the powerful divines present could not help but be moved. Although the sorcerer tribe and the demon race are guilty, what they did today is not a loss. No matter how serious the crime is, it should be offset. The sorcerer tribe should not be destroyed. As the people were talking, the fate of the sorcerer tribe and the demon race had quietly changed. Originally, the sins of the sorcerer tribe and the demon race were enough to make them decline completely. However, the greatest merit was saving lives. Today, the sorcerer tribe and the demon race used the power of the entire tribe to mend the heaven and earth barrier to prevent the collapse of the primitive world. Based on this was a life-saving grace to the great desolate Aeon. No matter how serious the crime was, after the sacrifice of the sorcerer tribe and the demon race, it should be written off. In particular, Mount Buzhou was not pushed down by the sorcerer tribe and the demon race, but by all the powerful divines of the primitive world. This also made the sorcerer tribe and the demon race's sins were not as serious as imagined. At the very least, although the witches and demons were guilty of the great calamity of the untainted land, they were not the only ones to be blamed. The rest of the great mediums should also be remembered. It wasn't all the liches and demons' fault, but they had given everything. This was merit. Their merits offset their faults, so it was normal for them to let the shamans and demons go. Moreover, without the grand magi and demon immortals, it would be difficult for the magi and demon immortals to cause any waves in the primordial world. They were no longer worthy of the attention of the heavenly Tao and the saints. In the depths of the void. In a mysterious and unknown place. Where the river of destiny lies. The tributary of fate that represented the shamans and demons had long been covered by a thick aura of resentment and was pitch black. But today, as the shamans and demons used their clans to mend the gap in the sky, the pitch black tributary of fate changed. A ray of light was born from nothingness, piercing through the darkness and illuminating the path for the shamans and demons. Rumble. When the resentment that enveloped the tributary of fate of the shamans and demons encountered this light, it melted like snow and instantly disappeared without a trace. The future of the shaman and demon race was rejuvenated. Outside the door of the shamans and demons, the Chaos Fiend Celestial immediately knew that this door was the only way to enter the primordial world. At that moment, his attacks became even crazier. He could not let the other party close the door. Yes. That door was formed by the shamans and demons. Therefore, everyone called it the Gate of Shamans and Demons to praise the contributions that the shamans and demons had made to the primordial world. Without the experts of the shamans and demons, the strength of the primordial world suddenly plummeted. Facing the increasingly crazy Chaos Fiend Celestial, they were under more and more pressure. But fortunately, although the Tai Di Jiang had died, their Dharma treasures were still there. The bell of chaos vibrated non-stop, and an incomparably majestic power erupted, suppressing the earth, fire, water, and wind, destroying the chaos. The primordial world geomancy map trembled, and a magnificent world slowly unfolded, emitting an incomparably heavy aura that crushed everything. It was because of these two connate cardinal treasures that the pressure that everyone was facing was greatly reduced. That was why they could persist under the crazy attacks of the Chaos Fiend Celestial. Primordial world, Mount Buzhou. Damn it. After killing the 7 saints again, the Chaos Fiend Celestial cursed with an ugly expression. As time passed, the originally incomparably powerful Chaos Fiend Celestial gradually fell into a disadvantage. Although he could still kill the 7 saints, it was far less easy than before. He even had to pay the price of blood to kill them. In the end, the reason was that the 7 saints could be resurrected continuously. With the primordial world's way as a backing, the 7 saints could always be at their peak. But the Chaos Fiend Celestial was different. Their physical bodies had long been killed by Pangu, leaving only their indestructible true spirits. After that, they had been suppressed by Mount Buzhou for countless years. Without replenishing their strength, they had long fallen to the freezing point. Now that they had just broken out of the seal, they had fallen into a bitter battle with the 7 saints before they had time to replenish their strength. As a result, their strength had been declining, and they were gradually no match for the 7 saints. The primordial world's way is indeed something. Fellow Daoists, let's leave. It won't be too late to settle accounts with them when our strength recovers in the future. If we delay any longer, it will be disadvantageous to us. The Chaos Fiend Celestial was not a hothead. Seeing that things were not going well, he had the intention to leave. Okay, let's go. Without hesitation, the Chaos Fiend Celestial took advantage of the gap between the resurrection of the 7 saints and rushed out of the sky, wanting to rush back to the primordial world outside the realm. Unfortunately, almost all the experts of the primordial world were at the edge of the primordial world. The Chaos Fiend Celestial glanced at them from afar and then turned to leave. They could defeat them, but once they were delayed there, they would be exhausted to death by the people of the primordial world. Therefore, the Chaos Fiend Celestial did not want to be entangled with them and turned to leave. Fellow Daoists, we can't leave. Why don't we reincarnate into the primordial world and turn it upside down? Moreover, Pangu broke open the primordial world in order to evolve the supreme Great Tao fruit. We can lurk in the primordial world and snatch the Great Tao fruit when it matures, taking away Pangu's creation. His countless years of hard work will all be made into a wedding dress for us. Or we can destroy it and turn Pangu's countless years of hard work into flowing water. Only in this way can the hatred in my heart be appeased. Suddenly, a Chaos Fiend Celestial said hatefully. This was the Wisdom Fiend Celestial. Among the 3,000 Chaos Fiend Celestials, his strength was not considered top-notch and could only be said to be at the middle level. However, he was one of the top figures among the Chaos Fiend Celestials. This was because he did not rely on strength to establish himself, but on wisdom to establish himself in the primordial world. With his supreme wisdom, he made himself at the upper level of the Chaos Fiend Celestials with ordinary strength. Unfortunately, he was unlucky to have met the ridiculously strong Pangu. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks were nothing. No matter how many schemes you have, I will break them with my strength. Therefore, the devil god of wisdom suffered a tragedy. Before his wisdom could be put to use, he was chopped to death by Pangu's axe. What fellow Daoist wisdom said makes sense. Anyway, we can't leave the primordial world now. Why don't we directly reincarnate and seize Pangu's good fortune? Who knows, Pangu's hard work will all benefit us. The Wisdom Fiend Celestial's words were quite popular among the Chaos Fiend Celestials. Making Pangu pay the price was something they had been thinking about since they were killed. For this, the Chaos Fiend Celestials were willing to pay any price. Therefore, the Chaos Fiend Celestials took action one after another. Fellow Daoists, I can feel the world formed by my remnant body. I have to rush there immediately and seize the ruling power of that world to recover my strength and prepare for revenge on Pangu in the future. Goodbye. A Chaos Fiend Celestial carefully sensed for a while and suddenly turned his head to say to the Fiend Celestials. Then, without looking back, he flew in a certain direction in the depths of the void. That was where a certain upper-class world was located. And that upper-class world was formed by the remnant body of this Chaos Fiend Celestial. It was also because of this that he could find traces of this upper-class world under the shield of the heavenly Tao. 50 Dian, 40 to 90% of the Tao, one of them escaped. Therefore, the heavenly Tao was incomplete, and everything had a chance of survival. If the heavenly Tao was incomplete, how could it block the Chaos Fiend Celestial's perception of his own body? Therefore, this was the Chaos Fiend Celestial's chance of survival. Moreover, it could not be said. This was a method deliberately left behind by the great god Pangu. One had to know that if the Chaos Fiend Celestial reincarnated into the primordial world, it would definitely increase the origin of the primordial world and bring unimaginable benefits to this world. Even if Pangu evolved the Tao fruit of the great Tao, the success rate would also increase a lot after the Chaos Fiend Celestial reincarnated into the primordial world. With Pangu's realm, he would definitely think of such a huge benefit and would never let it go. The purpose of suppressing the Chaos Fiend Celestial under Mount Buzhou might be to force the Chaos Fiend Celestial to reincarnate into the primordial world. Otherwise, with Pangu's means, he should have many ways to deal with the Chaos Fiend Celestial. Why would he suppress him under Mount Buzhou and leave such a huge hidden danger to the primordial world? For Pangu, pursuing the eternal realm of the great Tao was his lifelong pursuit. For this, he had given up everything. Therefore, in order to seek a breakthrough, it was not impossible for him to use the power of the Chaos Fiend Celestial. What about the Chaos Fiend Celestial? They might be well aware of Pangu's scheme. But they had no other choice. If they wanted freedom, they could only follow the route that Pangu had arranged for them and bite the bullet. But the Chaos Fiend Celestial, of course, he was unwilling to accept it. But they were not in a hurry. It was not a big deal to be at a disadvantage now. When the primordial world evolved to the extreme and the Tao fruit of the great Tao appeared, it would be a good time to determine the winner. The Tao fruit of the great Tao represented the extreme realm of the great Tao. No matter who refined it, they could cultivate to the eternal and indestructible realm of the great Tao. That was the ultimate purpose of Pangu's creation of the primordial world. As long as he took away the Tao fruit of the great Tao, he could take away Pangu's good fortune and make everything that Pangu had done become his wedding dress. Chapter 5:11. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a treasure? Of course, the Chaos Fiend God was tempted. Therefore, that was why they were extremely cooperative with Pangu. They reincarnated into the primitive world. Their purpose was to compete for the great Tao fruit. If they didn't enter the primitive world, how could they compete with Pangu for the great Tao fruit? When the Tao fruit appeared, everyone would rely on their own abilities. It was still unknown who would win. Pangu. He might not be the final winner. Pangu was very confident in his own strength. He thought that he was invincible under the great Tao. Only then did he boldly pull the Chaos Fiend God into the primitive world and evolve the great Tao fruit for him. He wasn't afraid that the other party would take away his achievements. However, the Chaos Fiend God obviously didn't think so. He thought that he might be able to snatch Pangu's good fortune from the tiger's mouth. As for the result, the Chaos Fiend God was better, making Panga's years of hard work become a wedding dress for him. Panga defeated all the heroes and successfully achieved the ultimate realm of the great Tao of eternity. It all depended on their own methods. Just like that, the Chaos Fiend gods each had their own plans and reincarnated. And the worlds they chose were the greater thousand worlds that were formed from their broken bodies. If Feng Zichen saw this scene, what would he think? He racked his brains to send the human race's geniuses to the 3,000 worlds in order to control these worlds, form a situation where the countryside surrounded the cities, and take down the primitive world in one fell swoop. But unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. The reincarnation of the Chaos Fiend god completely disrupted his plan. However, even if Feng Zichen knew, he probably wouldn't say anything. The reincarnation of the Chaos Fiend god in the Great Thousand World might not be a bad thing for the human race's geniuses. Under a huge crisis, people could often unleash unimaginable potential. With the threat of the Chaos Fiend god, there would definitely be a group of unimaginable experts among the humans who went to the 3,000 worlds. Although there would definitely be a large number of human geniuses who would die. However, how could there be no deaths in cultivation? Once one embarked on the path of cultivation, one was destined to linger on the edge of life and death. However, with the reincarnation of the Chaos Fiend god, it was certain that Feng Zichen's fantasy of having 3,000 sector masters gathered together would be impossible. No one could snatch the position of sector lord from the hands of the Chaos Demon god. This was because, in the eyes of the will of the great wide world, the Chaos Demon god was the god of creation. Under such circumstances, there was still someone who could snatch away the position of the realm lord. If that was the case, then this human prodigy really had the potential to attain the Tao. He was a prodigy among prodigies, and was not inferior to the likes of the three pure ones. The main reason why Feng Zichen was not worried was that even the Chaos Fiend god could not violate the basic rules of the untainted land. No matter how powerful the demon god of chaos was before his reincarnation, as long as he was not as powerful as Pangu, he would have to follow the rules set by the untainted land after his reincarnation. His strength could not exceed that of Tai Jingxian. Specifically, please refer to Yang Mei. As one of the top existences among the Chaos Fiend gods, after reincarnating into the untainted land, he actually had to compete with a group of Khanate saints. This showed the suppression of the heavenly Tao on him. And these Chaos Fiend gods' cultivation levels were not as high as Yang Mei's. Moreover, the world he reincarnated in was far inferior to the untainted land. It was already very good that he could retain the strength of the Tai Jingxian realm. As for the human prodigies, the lowest cultivation level was a golden immortal. If he was careful, he would be fine. Nearly 3,000 Chaos Fiend gods reincarnated into the untainted land. When their true spirits collapsed, it immediately brought great changes to the untainted land. The origin of heaven and earth increased exponentially. The first thing that changed was the target of the reincarnation of the Chaos Fiend gods, the 3,000 great wide worlds. In the blink of an eye, they completed their evolution and entered the mature stage. They reached the limit that the great wide worlds could reach, and even showed signs of going one step closer. And then, the untainted land changed. With the increase of the origin of heaven and earth, the barrier of heaven and earth faintly showed signs of expanding. Its power increased, and at the same time, it became stronger. However, the increase of the origin of heaven and earth brought not only good things to the untainted land, but also bad things. That was, the apocalyptic calamity that was wreaking havoc in the untainted land was even stronger. It even affected the western land and the netherworld realm deep underground. It looked like it would not stop until the untainted land was destroyed. This scene shocked the 7 saints who were about to go to the edge of the chaos to help the heavenly Tao. They stopped in their tracks and hurriedly stabilized the untainted land. The Taiji painting transformed into a huge golden rainbow bridge that spanned between heaven and earth. It suppressed the riot of yin and yang and the 5 elements, carried the heaven realm, and stopped its falling momentum. As for the Grand Pure One, he stood on the golden bridge. He used his great divine ability to repair the shattered mountains and rivers. The heavenly lord of primordial beginning waved the Pangu banner continuously, activating streaks of chaos sword chi to destroy the chaos chi and the storm of destruction to prevent the spread of the disaster. The Grand Master of Heaven took out the 4 immortal vanquishing swords and used the array to devour the tribulation chi and murderous aura in the world. He used the 4 swords to kill the ferocious beasts and evil gods that were destroying the primordial world. As for the cosmic cauldron, it became extremely huge under the control of the Nuwa. It was like a huge mouth that could swallow the sky. It swallowed the chaos chi wantonly and refined it into connate essence to rebuild the universe. The Lady of Earth hurriedly rushed back to the netherworld and personally guarded the 6 paths of reincarnation to prevent anyone from interfering with the reincarnation. At the same time, she also prevented the apocalyptic calamity from affecting the netherworld. If the primordial world was really destroyed, the netherworld might be the only place for all living beings to rest in. He could not lose it. As for the 2 saints Zhou and Ti, because they did not have connate cardinal treasures, they turned the 12th grade merit golden lotus into a boat of salvation. They roamed the great tribulation and led all living beings to the west to seek refuge. At that moment, compared to the east, although the west was also wreaking havoc, it was far from serious. Bastard! Damn it! Seeing the actions of the 2 saints, the 3 pure ones, Nuwa and the others, who were saving the world, were so angry that their faces changed color. These 2 people were really bastards. In the face of the great calamity, they did not forget to plot for the West and make a fortune from the disaster and dig the foundation of the East. It was not the right time. Otherwise, the 4 of them would definitely teach the receiving Zhou and Ti a lesson. The receiving Zhou and Ti had chosen a good time. Although they had led all living beings to the West, they were indeed saving all living beings from fire and water. As a result, even if the 3 pure ones did not like the receiving Zhou and Ti's actions, they could not stop him. However, in their hearts, he secretly remembered what happened today. When they found an opportunity in the future, they would teach them an unforgettable lesson. The 2 people from the West who were leading all living beings naturally sensed the dissatisfaction of the 3 pure ones and the others. However, they did not care about that. Chapter 5:12. The people of the East had been dissatisfied with the 2 of them for more than a day or 2. But, so what? They still couldn't do anything to them. Therefore, the 2 of them didn't take the dissatisfaction of the 3 pure ones to heart at all. They continued to do their own thing and happily received the living beings of the East. In the hearts of these 2, there was nothing that they cared more about than the prosperity of the Western sect. After all, this was related to their path of Tao and the position of saint. In this great calamity of heaven and earth, the 2 saints of the West made a fortune and received a large number of living beings from the East, laying a deep foundation for the rise of the Western sect in the future. It could be said that most of the reasons for the prosperity of the Western sect in the future began with the great calamity of the primordial world. At the same time, as the chaos demon god reincarnated and left, the battle at the barrier of heaven and earth came to an end. Everyone, many fellow Daoists who were sealed in the primordial world have escaped. It's time for us to leave. Now, the origin of the primordial world has greatly increased. If we continue to fight, it will be disadvantageous to us. We won't be able to gain any advantage. Why don't we return? A chaos demon god looked at the barrier of heaven and earth that was getting stronger and stronger and said in a deep voice. That's true. Our goal has been achieved. We should indeed leave. Moreover, if we continue to fight, the primordial world will really be destroyed. That won't do. Another chaos demon god said leisurely. From the meaning of his words, it was obvious that he didn't want to destroy the primordial world. Terrifying, too terrifying. On the side of the primordial world, the chaos demon god, who had to go all out to block, actually didn't use his full strength. This was really too terrifying. Fortunately, the voice of the chaos demon god, after being weakened by the chaos, it didn't reach the ears of the people of the primordial world. Otherwise, it would really be a bolt from the blue. However, it made sense. It was normal for these chaos demon gods to retain some strength. Otherwise, they were really too weak. One had to know that these chaos demon gods in the chaos were different from the chaos demon gods suppressed by Pangu under Mount Buzhou. They weren't dead. They were real. Their strength, each of them, far exceeded the primordial chaos realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived Pangu's axe. If not for the heaven and earth barrier, they would have long destroyed the primordial world. This time, it was an opportunity for them to destroy the untainted land. However, they did not do so. Instead, they found an opportunity to release their fellow Daoists who had been sealed in the past. After that, he only caused some trouble for the primordial world and did not kill them. The reason why they did that was not because they were afraid of Pangu, nor was it because they pitied the primordial world. It was because of the Tao fruit that had yet to be born. They coveted the fruit of Tao that could allow one to attain eternal Tao. Therefore, they would not let the primordial world be destroyed. At the very least, the primordial world could not be destroyed before the great Tao fruit was born. As for why they attacked the primordial world, he was exerting pressure on the primordial world to accelerate the evolution of the primordial world. After all, only when there was pressure would there be motivation. If they waited for the untainted land to slowly evolve on its own, no one knew how long they would have to wait for the birth of the Tao fruit of the great Tao. Let's go, let's go. Let's go back and prepare first. After the primordial world survives this great calamity, we will give him a big gift. Anyway, the gate of witchcraft is standing there. As long as we want to, we can break through this gate and enter the primordial world at any time. Haha. The few chaos demon gods gradually left the place as they chatted and laughed. Only laughter was left on the spot. Few, sensing the departure of the chaos demon gods, the people of the primordial world who were guarding behind the gate of witchcraft heaved a long sigh of relief. Then, without hesitation, they hurried to the primordial world. The calamity from the chaos had been resolved. However, there was still a great calamity waiting for them to deal with in the primordial world. The Bell of Chaos and the primordial geomancy map, the two connate cardinal treasures, also broke through the chaos space and went to the primordial world to suppress the great calamity. As for Hong Jun, he did not leave. He still stayed beside the gate of witchcraft. Firstly, it was not the time for him to appear. With the 7 saints and the many powerful beings of the primordial world, the great calamity was over. They were fully capable of solving it. As for him, he only needed to appear at the last moment to punish everyone and retrain the world. Secondly, he still needed to seal the gate of witchcraft. Otherwise, the chaos demon gods could open this door at any time and use it to freely travel to and from the primordial world. In this way, the primordial world would become the backyard of the chaos demon gods. They could come and go as they pleased. There was no safety at all. This would not do. It had to be sealed. Moreover, this was not enough. He had to have someone guard here to prevent any changes. Only then would it be safe. Clang! The bell of chaos rang loudly. A majestic power erupted, suppressing the earth, fire, water, and wind. Buzz, the primordial geomancy map directly integrated into the primordial world. While strengthening the primordial world, it also removed the tribulation aura in the primordial world. The powerful beings of the primordial world also rushed back from the chaos. Each of them used shocking methods to repair the primordial world or save the living beings of the primordial world. With the combined efforts of everyone, the great calamity of the world, there was a trend of relief. Everything was moving in a good direction. However, everyone knew in their hearts that what they were doing now seemed to be effective, but in fact, they were treating the symptoms and not the root cause. As long as the heaven realm was still sinking, the boundless starry sky had not been repaired, and the Zhouxing had not returned to its position, there would be no new pillars appearing in the world. The great calamity of the world could erupt again at any time. And it was even more intense than before. In fact, in everyone's hearts, they all knew how to resolve the great calamity of the world this time. However, they were unwilling to do it. This method was actually very simple. Someone had to sacrifice themselves to stabilize the primordial world. Just like at the end of the ancient times, the four poles of the primordial world were out of balance, and the world was in danger of collapsing. The ancestral dragon and the others did not hesitate to sacrifice themselves and turn into the sacred beasts of the five elements to stabilize the primordial world. The danger of the world was immediately resolved. Just like just now, the witches and demons used their bodies to repair the gap in the sky curtain and turned into the gate of witchcraft. They blocked the chaos demon gods outside the primordial world and resolved the crisis of the primordial world. If there was a powerful being who sacrificed himself now, he would definitely be able to resolve this great calamity. However, no one walked out. They were all watching. Firstly, the matter had not reached the point of no return. Perhaps they would be able to think of another way to resolve this crisis if they waited a little longer. Secondly, they were all waiting for someone else to take the lead. What if someone could not help but take the lead to sacrifice themselves? Then, they would not have to sacrifice themselves, right? It was better to wait. If no one really stepped forward, it would not be too late for them to step forward. Billions of years of bitter cultivation was not something that anyone could easily give up. No matter how conflicted those powerful beings were, Feng Zichen could not care less. He was now in big trouble and could not even protect himself. It was precisely because of this that he could not step forward when the primordial world was facing such a situation. Hee. I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it. I actually saw a creature of chaos in the primordial world, and it was a creature of chaos with the bloodline of Pangu. It really shocked me. How did you pass through the barrier of heaven and earth, rush to the primordial world, and hide from the eyes and ears of the heavenly Tao to occupy the Emperor's star? Looking at Feng Zichen hiding in the Emperor's star, the star demon god asked curiously. How many years had it been? He had never seen such an interesting creature. F***ck, 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 F***ck. At this moment, Feng Zichen's mentality was about to explode. He had never expected that a chaos fiend god would come knocking on his door while he was happily watching the show from the side. When he first saw this chaos demon god, Feng Zichen had a breakdown. The place where he was could be said to be one of the most secretive places in the primordial world. Other than the heavenly Tao, no one could find this place. In fact, that was indeed the case. The demon clan had searched the boundless starry sky several times, but they could not find this place. It could be seen that it was hidden. But now, it had been found by a chaos demon god. It was really depressing. Feng Zichen knew this demon god. It was the star demon god. His strength was one of the best among the chaos demon gods. Pangu had killed him several times, but he could not kill him completely. The boundless starry sky was formed by the origin of heaven and earth and his origin. This place was like his home. Therefore, he was able to find this place. Speaking of which, there was a fate between Feng Zichen and the star demon god. He was able to create new things on the Tao of stars because he had obtained the inheritance of the star demon god. When the boundless starry sky was destroyed, the seal used by the demon clan to seal the Emperor's star was also broken at the same time. Otherwise, even the star demon god would have to spend some effort to enter this place. As one of the strongest chaos demon gods, the star demon god's methods were naturally not simple. When he had just escaped the seal, he had sensed that there were 3 places in the primordial world that had an inexplicable connection with him. So, when he reincarnated, the star demon god split into 3 and pounced on these 3 places at the same time. Eggs could not be placed in one basket. Of course, he could not only prepare one way out. He had to consider defeat before the battle. Leaving a way out for himself in advance was the foundation of the star demon god. In this way, even if he failed on one side, he still had 2 ways out and could make a comeback at any time. Junior, why don't you say anything? Seeing that Feng Zichen did not answer his question and was stunned on the spot, the star demon god said with some displeasure. Senior, Feng Zichen was about to answer, but the star demon god interrupted impatiently. It doesn't matter if you don't say it. As long as I swallow you, I will naturally know everything. With that, the star demon god smiled ferociously and pounced on Feng Zichen. Junior, offer your innate Taoist embryo to me. When the star demon god saw Feng Zichen's Ziwei Taoist embryo again, he decided to take it away. This innate Taoist embryo seemed to contain hundreds of millions of stars, which matched his attributes. You're tuning in to the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.